Warning: this book will make you uncomfortable. That is not a flaw, it is the point. Most books about human behavior are written to comfort you. They dress the ugly truths of human nature in polite language, soften the sharp edges, and conclude with hopeful reminders that people are fundamentally good. They are written, in other words, to sell well and disturb no one. This is not that book. What follows is a ruthless examination of 25 truths that govern human behavior. Truths that most people know on some level but refuse to speak aloud. Truths that are whispered in back rooms, felt in betrayals and observed in the cold light of experience, yet almost never written down plainly. Because plain truth offends those who profit from illusion. The laws in these pages have been drawn from centuries of history, from the laboratories of experimental psychology, from the courts of kings and the cubicles of corporations. They are not opinions. They are patterns, enduring, repeating, cross-cultural patterns in how human beings actually behave, as opposed to how they say they behave. Reading this book will change how you see people. Some of what you read will sting, because you will recognize yourself in it. That recognition is the most valuable gift these pages can offer. The person who sees clearly, who understands the machinery of human motivation without flinching, is the person who can navigate the world with genuine skill and genuine compassion. For knowledge without compassion produces cynics, and compassion without knowledge produces victims. Our goal is to produce neither. Read carefully, read honestly, and read to the end, because the darkest truths often hide the most important light. Introduction. Know thyself. Oracle at Delphi. There is a game that human beings play with astonishing consistency across every culture, every century, and every social class. The game has many names: civility, politeness, professionalism, virtue. But it has one core mechanic we agree collectively and tacitly, never to say what we actually see. We watch a colleague take credit for someone else's work and say nothing. We watch a friend's marriage collapse and nod politely when she insists everything is fine. We sit in a boardroom while an executive speaks with magnificent confidence about a strategy everyone in the room knows is doomed, and we nod. We nod. We nod. Why? Because to say the true thing would be to break the social contract. And the social contract, even when it is built on lies, keeps us safe. It keeps us liked. It keeps us employed. It keeps us invited to the dinner parties. But safety purchased with self-deception has a hidden cost. It costs you accuracy. And in a world where the gap between what people say and what people do is enormous, accuracy is everything. Consider what happens when you strip away the performance. When you sit quietly in a room and watch how people actually behave. Not how they explain themselves. Not how they justify their choices in retrospect. But what they do in the unguarded moments when they think no one important is watching. What you see, if you are honest, is a species that is enormously self-interested but desperately needs to believe it is not. A species that values the appearance of virtue over virtue itself. A species that will follow almost any authority figure into almost any catastrophe, as long as the authority figure sounds confident and wears the right clothes. A species that will punish those who remind it of its own failures, reward those who flatter its sense of itself, and tell itself, always, always, the story that makes it the hero. None of this is reason for despair. It is reason for clarity. Robert Greene built a career around this clarity. So did Robert Cialdini, Nassim Taleb, and a handful of other writers brave enough to describe human behavior as it is, rather than as we wish it were. Their work endures not because it is pleasant, but because it is useful. Because the person who understands the actual forces at play in human interaction, the hunger for status, the terror of loss, the craving for certainty, the intoxication of power, that person moves through the world with a navigator's advantage over everyone still reading maps that don't match the territory. The 25 laws in this book are arranged in 5 parts. Part 1 deals with the truth about self-interest. Part 2 explores social dynamics, the invisible hierarchies and tribal mechanics that govern every group. Part 3 turns to power and influence. Part 4 examines desire and motivation. Part 5, perhaps the most uncomfortable of all, looks at morality and judgment, and how rarely our actual ethical behavior matches our ethical self-image. Each law is illustrated with history, psychology, and the kind of observable, everyday behavior that you will begin to recognize everywhere once you have named it. Each law also carries an implicit invitation, not to become cynical, but to become clear, not to exploit these truths, but to stop being exploited by them. The mirror is not always flattering, but the person willing to look into it honestly is the only person capable of genuine change. Let us begin. Part 1. The truth about self-interest. How every human at the core is driven by forces they rarely confess to. Law 1. Everyone acts in their own self-interest, including when they claim to be selfless. The secret of success is sincerity. Once you can fake that, you've got it made. Jean Giraudoux. The myth of the selfless act. In 1971, a psychologist named C. Daniel Batson began a long series of experiments designed to prove what most people desperately want to believe: that human beings are capable of genuine altruism, of acting for the benefit of others with absolutely no benefit to themselves. He spent 30 years trying, and what he found was more complicated, more troubling, and ultimately more useful than either the idealists or the cynics expected. True altruism, pure, unmixed, no strings, attached sacrifice does exist, but it is extraordinarily rare, and far more common is what psychologists now call pseudo-altruism, behavior that looks selfless from the outside, but serves hidden internal interests that the actor may not even consciously recognize. This is not a cynical conclusion. It is a precise one. An understanding, it changes everything about how you read other people and yourself. The hidden ledger. When a businessman donates a wing to a hospital, his name goes on the building. When a mother sacrifices her career for her children, she receives the identity of devoted mother, a social role that carries enormous status in most cultures. When a person volunteers at a soup kitchen on Thanksgiving, they feel the warm glow of virtue, and they go home with a story about themselves that they find deeply pleasing. None of this means the donation, the sacrifice, or the volunteering is not real. It is real. The hospital wing exists. The children are fed. The hungry stranger gets a meal. The outcomes are genuine, but the motivations are never as pure as the actor believes. The philosopher Adam Smith, whom most people know only as the apostle of free markets, was actually a profound observer of human psychology. In his less-read masterwork, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, he argued that human beings have a fundamental drive to see themselves as worthy of the approval of an imagined impartial spectator. We care, above all, about our own self-image, and when we act generously, we are in large part acting to maintain the story we tell ourselves about who we are. This does not make generosity worthless, but it does make it comprehensible. The evolutionary logic. The evolutionary explanation is even more uncomfortable. Natural selection does not reward organisms that sacrifice their reproductive fitness for strangers. It rewards organisms that survive, reproduce, and protect their genetic investments. The genes of martyrs, of those who give everything and receive nothing, do not proliferate. So why is there any altruism at all? Because humans are intensely social creatures, and in a social species, reputation is a survival tool of enormous power. The person who is known as generous, reliable, and trustworthy attracts allies, mates, and protection. The person known as selfish and treacherous is excluded from the group. An exclusion, for most of human history, was a death sentence. In other words, altruism evolved not in spite of self-interest, but because of it. Generosity in the long run pays. It is the most elegant long-term investment a social animal can make. This does not cheapen it, it explains it. Recognizing the pattern. The activist who burns with righteous fury about injustice, but treats his own employees with contempt. The devoted parent who subtly undermines her child's independence because a dependent child keeps her feeling needed. These are not paradoxes. They are self-interest, operating on multiple levels simultaneously. The Roman philosopher Marcus Aurelius, a man who, as emperor, had more power than almost any human who ever lived, wrote in his private journal, "When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." He was not writing about other people. He was writing a reminder to himself about the nature of the species he belonged to. And yet Marcus Aurelius was also one of the most humane rulers in recorded history. His knowledge of human darkness did not make him cruel. It made him steady. It made him steady. The mirror turned inward. The most important application of this law is not outward but inward. It is not about catching other people in their selfishness. It is about catching yourself. When you feel a surge of moral outrage at someone's behavior, ask, what does this outrage cost me if I express it? What do I gain? When you make a sacrifice for another person, sit quietly for a moment and ask, what story does this sacrifice let me tell about myself? What need does it feed? This kind of ruthless self-examination is not meant to paralyze you with self-doubt. It is meant to give you accuracy. Because the person who knows why they actually do things, rather than the flattering story they tell about why they do things, is the person who can make genuinely better choices. Selfishness is not a character flaw. It is a design feature. The question is not whether you are selfish. You are, we all are. But whether your self-interest is aligned with something larger than your immediate comfort. Whether the interests you serve are narrow and short-term, or broad and enduring. The most powerful people in history were not those who had no self-interest. They were those who learned to make their self-interest vast enough to encompass the interests of others. Key insight. Stop expecting people to act against their own self-interest. Instead, learn to understand what their self-interest actually is, and align with it, appeal to it, or protect yourself from it accordingly. Law 2. People don't want the truth. They want validation. People ask for criticism, but they only want praise. W. Somerset Maugham. The validation economy. Imagine you have written a novel. You have spent 3 years on it. Mornings stolen from sleep, weekends surrendered to revision. A marriage that has grown slightly colder because of the hours you have poured into this manuscript. You hand it to a trusted friend and ask for honest feedback. What do you actually want? If you answer honest feedback without hesitation, I invite you to sit with that claim a little longer. Because what most people want, when they ask for honest feedback, is validation of what they already believe about themselves and their work, which is that it is good, possibly great, definitely worth the sacrifice. This is not vanity, or not only vanity, it is something more fundamental. A deep neurological need for our self-concept to be confirmed by the external world, the brain that defends itself. Cognitive dissonance, the psychological discomfort we feel when new information contradicts our existing beliefs, is one of the most powerful forces in human psychology. The brain experiences it almost physically, as a kind of threat, and the brain's response to threat is defense. Leon Festinger, the psychologist who first named and studied cognitive dissonance in the 1950s, discovered something extraordinary. When people encounter evidence that contradicts their cherished beliefs, they do not, as a rule, change their beliefs. They attack the evidence. They question the source. They find alternative explanations. They double down. This is not stupidity. It is the brain operating exactly as it was designed to operate, as a belief protection system. Because a being whose beliefs could be easily overturned by every piece of contrary evidence it encountered would be a being with no stable identity, no consistent values, no capacity for long-term commitment. Some resistance to new information is not a bug, it is a feature. But the feature has a fatal flaw. It makes us almost impossible to change through direct contradiction. And it means that what we call wanting honest feedback is, in most cases, wanting feedback that confirms what we already think, delivered in a tone that feels like validation. The political dimension. Nowhere is this law more visibly operative than in politics. Study after study by political psychologists has shown that people process political information through an identity filter, not a logic filter. When presented with the same economic data, conservatives and liberals reach opposite conclusions, not because the data supports both conclusions, but because each group has already decided which conclusion they are, and they use the data as raw material to build toward that conclusion. The political consultant, who understands this, has a decisive advantage over the one who still believes that if you just explain the facts clearly enough, people will come around. Facts, without an emotional and identity-compatible wrapper, are rejected almost automatically by anyone who does not already believe them. This is why the most effective political messaging has always been about identity and belonging rather than information. We are the people who believe in X, not, here is evidence that X is correct. Using this law without becoming a manipulator. The temptation, once you understand this law, is to exploit it, to become a flatterer, a mirror that only shows people what they want to see. There are people who have built entire careers on this strategy, and for a time, it works magnificently. Everyone loves the person who makes them feel right about themselves. But the flatterer has a structural problem. They become useful only for validation, and people sense, usually below the level of conscious awareness, that they are not getting truth from this source. Over time, the flatterer's value diminishes. They are consulted for comfort, not for judgment. They are not trusted with real decisions. The strategic use of this law is more sophisticated. It is not about lying, it is about sequencing, about understanding that people can only hear criticism from sources they trust, in forms they can absorb, at moments when they are not already in defense mode. Begin with genuine acknowledgement of what is working. Make the person feel that you understand their intentions and respect their efforts. Then, and only then, introduce the thing that needs to change, not as a judgment of who they are, but as a practical obstacle to what they want. The doctor who tells a patient bluntly, "You are going to die if you do not change your diet," is usually less effective than the doctor who says, "You clearly want to be there for your grandchildren. Here is what your body needs for that to happen." Same information, same urgency, completely different result. Because one approach fights the brain's validation reflex, and the other works with it. Key insight. People are not primarily truth-seeking creatures. They are self-concept protecting creatures. If you want to influence someone, speak to who they believe themselves to be, not to who they actually are. Law 3. Most kindness is a transaction. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Milton Friedman. The invisible ledger. Every social relationship is at some level an accounting exercise. This is not a cynical metaphor. It is a description of a real psychological mechanism that operates in every human being, largely below the level of conscious awareness. Sociologist Alvin Goodner identified this mechanism in 1960 and called it the norm of reciprocity. His research, since confirmed and expanded by hundreds of subsequent studies, showed that the obligation to repay what we have received is one of the most powerful and universal social norms in existence. It crosses cultures, centuries, and contexts. It is, in a very real sense, the foundation on which human society is built. Robert Cialdini, in his landmark book Influence, called reciprocity the first and most powerful of the 6 principles of persuasion. The free sample at the grocery store. The charitable organization that sends you a gift before asking for a donation. The diplomat who offers a concession before requesting one. All of these strategies work for the same reason. When someone gives us something, we experience an almost physical need to give something back. The flavors of kindness. Let us be precise about what we mean. There are, broadly speaking, three types of what we call kindness. The first is transactional kindness, the most common type. This is kindness extended with a clear, often unconscious expectation of return. The colleague who stays late to help you with a project, and then expects you to cover for him when he needs to leave early. The neighbor who brings a casserole when you are sick, and then 3 years later asks you to sign a petition she wants circulated in the neighborhood. The friend who listens to your problems for an hour and then needs to spend an equal hour talking about her own. There is nothing wrong with transactional kindness. It is the oil that lubricates society. It is functional, mutual, and ultimately sustaining. The problem arises only when one party believes the transaction is something other than what it is. The second type is strategic kindness. Kindness extended with the explicit, if privately held, goal of creating obligation or building relational capital. This is the boss who takes you to an expensive dinner, not because he enjoys your company, but because he is about to ask you to do something unpleasant. This is the politician who visits a community after a disaster, not because he cares, but because cameras are present and elections are coming. Strategic kindness is not necessarily malicious. Sometimes it produces genuinely good outcomes, but it is important to recognize it for what it is, both in others and in yourself. The third type, genuine, unconditional kindness, does exist. It is the act performed when there is nothing to gain, when no one is watching, when repayment is impossible. It is the rare grace note of human behavior. And precisely because it is rare, it deserves recognition when you encounter it. The resentment trap. The most toxic version of transactional kindness is the kind where the transaction is never spoken. The giver expects repayment, but never names the terms. The receiver does not know they owe anything. And when the repayment fails to materialize, as it often does, because the terms were never established, the giver feels a burning sense of injustice that poisons the relationship. How many friendships have ended over exactly this pattern? How many family relationships have calcified into resentment because one party was keeping a ledger the other did not know existed? The solution is not to stop giving. It is to be more honest, especially with yourself, about what you want when you give. If you are giving a gift in order to create goodwill, know that and own it. If you are helping a colleague because you genuinely expect reciprocity at some future point, that is legitimate, but say so, at least to yourself, so that your expectations are calibrated correctly. And when you receive kindness, cultivate the habit of asking, is this freely given, or does it carry terms? Not with paranoia, but with the quiet, clear-eyed awareness that allows you to choose whether to accept the gift and the obligation it may bring. When genuine kindness exists, the person who has looked unflinchingly at the transactional nature of most human kindness and has not become bitter or closed is the rarest and most valuable kind of person. Because they are not naive. They see the machinery clearly, and yet they have chosen to act generously anyway. Not in expectation of return, but because they have decided that generosity is the kind of person they want to be. This is the paradox. At the heart of this law, the fully transactional person who gives only what they expect to receive back ultimately impoverishes their own life, because the richest relationships, the ones that endure and sustain and transform, are those where, at least sometimes, one party gives more than is owed, not because they expect return, but because the relationship itself has become their interest. Key insight: look beneath the kindness, not to become suspicious, but to become accurate. When you know what someone is actually giving and what they actually expect, you can navigate the relationship with honesty and intention. Law 4. Guilt is often a performance, not a feeling. Guilt is just your ego's way of tricking you into thinking that you're making moral progress. Russell Brand. Two kinds of guilt. In the landscape of human emotion, guilt occupies a peculiar and contested territory. Most people speak of guilt as though it is a single phenomenon, a clear, consistent signal from the moral self that something has gone wrong. But the psychological reality is far more complicated and far more revealing. The psychiatrist June Price Tanyi spent decades studying what she called the self-conscious emotions: guilt, shame, embarrassment, and pride. And her research revealed a crucial distinction that most people collapse together. True guilt, she found, is focused on behavior. It says, "I did something bad. It is uncomfortable but productive." The person who experiences it feels motivated to make amends, to repair what was damaged, to behave differently in the future. This is functional guilt, the kind that actually contributes to the social fabric and to moral development. Shame, by contrast, is focused on identity. It says, "I am bad." It is far more painful and far less productive. The person in the grip of shame does not want to repair the relationship or make amends. They want to disappear. They become defensive, sometimes aggressive, often more likely to repeat the original harmful behavior rather than less. The performance. And then there is a third phenomenon that wears the costume of guilt, but is neither of the above. Call it performed guilt or social guilt. This is the elaborate display of remorse, self-reproach, and contrition that many people engage in, not because they feel genuinely bad about what they did, but because the performance of guilt serves social functions. What functions? Several. First, performed guilt preempts punishment. If I heap enough self-criticism on myself loudly enough, I create social pressure on the injured party not to criticize me further. I know, I'm terrible, I'm the worst. And now the person who has a legitimate grievance finds themselves in the awkward position of either agreeing, which seems cruel, or reassuring, which relieves the performer of accountability. This pattern is so common in dysfunctional relationships that therapists have a name for it: the guilt trip. But it is worth noting that the person performing the guilt trip often genuinely does not know they are doing it. The performance can be largely unconscious, a strategy so deeply learned in childhood that it feels like genuine feeling. Guilt is currency. In family systems, guilt is often the primary currency of control. The parent who reminds their adult child constantly of all they have sacrificed. The spouse who catalogs every grievance with the precision of an accountant. The friend who keeps an exhaustive mental record of every favor extended and every slight received. These are people who have learned, often from early childhood, to use guilt as a lever. The political use of guilt is equally sophisticated. Entire ideological movements are built on the strategic deployment of collective guilt. This is not to say that the underlying grievances are not real. They often are, but the weaponization of guilt is a distinct phenomenon from the acknowledgement of historical harm, and the two deserve to be distinguished clearly. The effective use of guilt is leverworks, because human beings have a genuinely hard time tolerating others' suffering, especially when they believe themselves to be the cause. This is empathy, which is a good thing, but it can be exploited, and frequently is. Recognizing and responding. How do you tell the difference between genuine guilt and performed guilt? Watch behavior over time, not effect in the moment. The person who is genuinely remorseful about a harm they caused changes their behavior. The person who is performing remorse continues the same behavior in the next cycle, accompanied by the same performance of contrition. When someone in your life reliably follows a pattern of harm, guilt, forgiveness, harm, you are watching a cycle, not a moral awakening. The guilt is real in some sense. They are not consciously lying, but it is not doing the work that genuine guilt is supposed to do. The appropriate response to genuine guilt, when you encounter it, is proportionate. Acknowledge the apology, express what needs to change, and move forward. The appropriate response to performed guilt is more complex. It requires gently but firmly refusing, to let the performance substitute for the change. Key insight. Pay less attention to how sorry someone says they are and more attention to what they actually do differently. Behavior is where true remorse lives. Law 5. People respect power more than virtue. It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot be both. Niccolo Machiavelli. The uncomfortable arithmetic of respect. In every classroom, there is a teacher who is kind and fair and deeply committed to the students' learning. And in every school, there is a teacher who is demanding, slightly intimidating, and sparing with praise, and whose students sit up straight when she enters the room. This is not a lesson about education. It is a lesson about the human nervous system's response to power. We are a hierarchical species. We evolved in groups where position in the dominance hierarchy had direct, life or death consequences. The person at the top of the hierarchy had first access to food, mates, and shelter. The person at the bottom had last. And the people in the middle spent enormous cognitive and social energy navigating the hierarchy, reading who had power, where the alliances were, and how to position themselves advantageously. This legacy does not go away because we work in open-plan offices now. It does not disappear because our stated cultural values celebrate collaboration, equality, and authentic vulnerability. The machinery is still running, below the surface of every meeting, every conversation, every relationship. And what that machinery responds to, first and most powerfully, is the display of power. The unfortunate signal of niceness. There is a particular trap that well-intentioned people fall into, especially those raised in environments that emphasized kindness, accommodation, and the avoidance of conflict. These people believe, and they are not wrong as a moral matter, that treating others well should be reciprocated with respect and appreciation. But the human hierarchy reading system does not process niceness as a status signal. It processes it as the absence of a status signal. And the absence of a status signal, to the unconscious primate mind, reads as low status, which generates over time a quiet but persistent disrespect. This is why many genuinely good people find themselves inexplicably disrespected or ignored, while people they privately recognize as less virtuous seem to command effortless deference. It is not that virtue is worthless. It is that virtue, in the absence of demonstrated competence and power, does not generate the kind of respect that the hierarchy reading system is calibrated to provide. What power actually looks like. Power in the behavioral sense is not cruelty. It is not volume or aggression, though these can temporarily mimic it. Real power, the kind that generates durable respect, is composed of several elements. The first is conviction, the willingness to hold a position under social pressure. The person who says something, and then immediately begins to qualify and hedge when they sense disapproval, is broadcasting insecurity. The person who says something, listens carefully to the response, and then either updates their view based on genuine reason or calmly holds it in the face of social pressure, is broadcasting security. The second is selectivity, the willingness to say no. Scarcity creates value in almost every domain of human experience, and approval is no different. The person who approves of everything, agrees with everyone, and accommodates every request is paradoxically not valued for their approval. It costs nothing, and therefore means nothing. The person who is selective, who gives genuine praise rarely and genuine criticism honestly, is valued precisely because their approval is not guaranteed. The third is the management of one's own affect, what is sometimes called composure or presence. The person who can remain calm in situations that provoke anxiety in others signals, at the neurological level, that they are safe, that they are in control, that they are not threatened. This generates a kind of gravitational pull, balancing power and virtue. The goal is not to become powerful at the expense of virtue. The goal is to carry both, to be genuinely ethical and genuinely capable of commanding respect. This combination is rare, which is why it is so powerful when it exists. Marcus Aurelius had it. Eleanor Roosevelt had it. Nelson Mandela had it. perhaps most impressively, because he maintained it under 27 years of imprisonment, which is the ultimate test of whether power is genuine or merely situational. The person who is virtuous but unable to hold their own in the hierarchy will always be vulnerable to those who are powerful but not virtuous. The solution is not to abandon virtue. It is to add to it the capacity for power, the conviction, the selectivity, the composure, the willingness to enforce your own limits. Virtue without power is poetry. Power without virtue is tyranny. The combination is civilization. Key insight. Stop trying to be liked and start building genuine respect. Respect requires demonstrating that you have value, that you have standards, and that those standards will not bend for social comfort. Part 2. The truth about social dynamics, the unwritten rules of human hierarchies, status, and belonging. Law 6. Every group has a scapegoat, and someone decides who it is. In the beginning was the scapegoat, René Girard. The ancient mechanism. The word scapegoat comes from an ancient Hebrew ritual described in Leviticus. Once a year, on the Day of Atonement, the high priest would confess all the sins of the community over a live goat, symbolically transferring those sins onto the animal. The goat was then driven into the wilderness to die. The community, purified of its collective guilt, could begin again. René Girard, the French-American literary critic and philosopher who became one of the 20th century's most original thinkers, spent his career arguing that this ritual was not merely an ancient curiosity, but a template for something that human communities do spontaneously, continuously, and almost inevitably. They produce scapegoats. Girard's insight was this: human groups are held together partly by shared desire, and shared desire inevitably produces rivalry and conflict, because when many people want the same thing, they are in competition. Groups manage this internal tension by periodically uniting against a single target: the outsider, the deviant, the one who is slightly different, whose elimination or expulsion temporarily restores the sense of group solidarity and shared identity. The modern workplace version. You do not need ancient ritual to see this mechanism at work. You need only a corporate reorganization, a team under performance pressure, or a group of friends navigating a falling out. Watch what happens in a department when the numbers are bad and leadership is applying pressure. The anxiety, the fear, the sense of instability, these are intolerable and must go somewhere. And they go with remarkable consistency onto a single person. The colleague who is slightly different, the one who does not quite fit the social code, the one who is new or old or too loud or too quiet or too ambitious or not ambitious enough. The targeting is rarely conscious. The participants would, if asked, give entirely rational explanations for why this particular person deserves the criticism and exclusion they receive. They would cite performance issues, attitude problems, cultural fit. They would not say, "We are anxious and we need someone to blame, and this person was available." But watch the timing. Watch how the targeting intensifies when the group is under stress and relaxes when pressure eases. Watch how the people doing the targeting seem, briefly, more unified and more comfortable with each other. Once the target is established, the relief of shared condemnation is almost palpable. Who gets chosen? Scapegoats are not chosen at random. They are chosen according to a consistent set of criteria. And understanding these criteria is the first step in protecting yourself. The primary criterion is difference without power. The person who is different from the group in some visible way, in background, in style, in opinion, in values, but who does not have sufficient social capital or institutional protection to defend themselves, is maximally vulnerable. The same difference, combined with high status or strong alliances, rarely becomes the basis for scapegoating. The second criterion is isolation. The person with strong social connections within the group is much harder to scapegoat than the person who is primarily connected to the group through their work role rather than through personal relationships. Alliances are protection, not just because allies will speak up, but because their presence makes the scapegoating feel socially costly. The third criterion is prior vulnerability. Once a person has been the target of even minor collective criticism, even once, they carry a kind of social scar tissue that makes future targeting easier. The group has a template. The pathway has been opened. Protecting yourself. The practical lesson here is not to become paranoid, but to become deliberate. Invest in relationships, not just in performance. The most competent person in the room is not necessarily the best protected person in the room. Build genuine connections across different levels and factions within the groups you belong to. Maintain the kind of visibility that makes you a person rather than a role. And when you see the scapegoating mechanism activating around you, when you notice the group's anxiety beginning to crystallize around a particular person, make a choice. You can participate, which is the path of least social resistance. You can be silent, which is safer than participation but not innocent. Or you can be one of the vanishingly rare people who name what is happening, which carries real social risk and real moral weight. Key insight. Groups need scapegoats the way storms need lightning rods. The safest position is not to be the most useful person in the group. It is to be the most connected. Law 7. Most people follow, then pretend they led. The one who follows the crowd will usually go no further than the crowd. The one who walks alone is likely to find themselves in places no one has ever been. Albert Einstein. The illusion of independent thought. If you ask most people whether they think for themselves or follow the crowd, they will almost universally answer that they think for themselves. This is one of the most consistent findings in social psychology. People consistently and dramatically overestimate the degree to which their beliefs and choices are genuinely independent. The research on conformity is devastating in its clarity. Solomon Asch's famous line experiments in the 1950s showed that more than 75% of test subjects would agree with an obviously wrong answer, stating that a short line was longer than a long one, simply because every other person in the room, who were Confederates, working with Asch, agreed with the wrong answer. They knew on some level that they were lying, but the social pressure was more powerful than the evidence of their own eyes. Stanley Milgram's obedience experiments showed that ordinary, decent people would administer what they believed to be dangerous electric shocks to strangers, simply because an authority figure in a white coat told them to continue. The force of social pressure and institutional authority is not a minor influence on human behavior. It is one of the primary architects of it. Herd mentality and its discontents. The herd instinct exists for excellent evolutionary reasons. In a dangerous environment, following the behavior of the group is often the safest strategy. If everyone around you is running, it is usually faster and safer to run first and ask questions later than to stand still and assess whether the threat is real. The individual who pauses to think independently when the herd is stampeding is historically the individual who gets trampled. But this same instinct, transposed to environments where the threats are social rather than physical, produces a constant, low-level conformity that operates well below the radar of conscious awareness. Fashion trends, political opinions, dietary choices, career paths, even what we find attractive, what we find funny, and what we find offensive. All of these are profoundly shaped by the particular herd we run with, in ways we almost never fully acknowledge. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche identified what he called the herd morality, the tendency of the majority to establish values and norms that protect mediocrity, that punish exceptional deviation in either direction. The person who is extraordinarily good is as threatening to herd morality as the person who is extraordinarily bad, because both expose the inadequacy of the average. The herd responds to both with the same weapon, social pressure. The retroactive leadership claim. One of the more entertaining manifestations of this law is what might be called the retroactive leadership claim, the phenomenon whereby people who followed a trend until it became mainstream then begin to present themselves as early adopters who helped create it. This happens in politics constantly. The politician who opposed a social movement until polls showed 70% approval, then quietly revised their position and began speaking as though they had always been on the right side of history. It happens in business. The executive who dismissed a new technology for 5 years, then adopted it when the evidence was overwhelming, and now lectures others about the importance of embracing innovation. It happens in personal relationships, in intellectual fashions, in artistic movements. The dynamic is always the same. Follow until safe, then claim you led. Genuine independent thinking. What does it actually look like to think independently? Not the performance of independent thinking, the provocateur who takes contrarian positions for the social reward of being seen as edgy, but the genuine article. It looks first like discomfort. It is the genuinely independent thinker holds positions that make at least some of their social circle uncomfortable, because genuine thought sometimes leads to conclusions that the herd does not want to hear. If your views never cost you anything socially, they are probably not genuinely independent. It looks, second, like uncertainty. The person who is actually thinking carefully about difficult questions knows how hard those questions are. They hold conclusions provisionally, update them when better evidence arrives, and are honest about the limits of their own understanding. The person performing independent thought, by contrast, is often highly confident, because the performance of confident uniqueness is more socially rewarding than the expression of genuine complexity. It looks, third, like consistency over time. The independent thinker's positions change when their understanding changes, not when the social winds change. Key insight. The next time you find yourself completely aligned with your social group on a complex question, ask yourself honestly, have I actually reasoned my way to this position, or have I absorbed it from the herd? Law 8. Status is the invisible currency of every relationship. The desire for status is so strong that it can override the desire for money, health, and happiness. Alain de Botton. The currency that rules all. Money is visible, power is often visible, but status operates in the dark, in the slight hesitation before someone speaks, in the chair that is chosen, in the name that is mentioned first, in the compliment that comes with a barely audible edge. Status is the relative position of a person in a social hierarchy, and it is the currency that underlies every other transaction in human life. More than money, more than physical comfort, more even than safety in many circumstances, human beings are motivated by status, by where they stand in the eyes of others and in their own estimation. The evolutionary logic, again, is clear. In the ancestral environment, high status meant access to better food, better mates, better protection, and better survival odds for your offspring. Low status meant the opposite. The nervous system that does not care desperately about social position is the nervous system of someone unlikely to have reproduced successfully in the conditions under which the human brain evolved. Which is to say, we are, all of us, descendants of ancestors who cared enormously about status. And so we care enormously about status, whether we admit it or not. How status shapes interaction. Once you begin to see status dynamics clearly, you see them everywhere. In every conversation, there is a subtle negotiation happening underneath the ostensible subject matter. Who speaks more? Who is interrupted? And who does the interrupting? Whose jokes get laughed at? Who explains things to whom? Whose opinion is solicited, and whose is offered unsolicited? All of these micro-behaviors are status signals, and they are read with extraordinary speed and accuracy by the unconscious social brain. In a meeting, the person whose ideas are consistently picked up and expanded by others has high status. The person whose ideas are consistently ignored or acknowledged and then immediately dropped in favor of someone else's idea has low status. This is independent of the quality of the ideas. In fact, the status differential often predicts whose ideas will be adopted more reliably than the idea's actual merit. This is why the same idea, presented by different people in different ways, can have completely different fates. The content is identical. The status signal accompanying the content is not. The status in romance. Nowhere is status more operatively and less consciously acknowledged than in romantic attraction. The research on what people actually select for, as opposed to what they say they select for, consistently shows that relative social position is a dominant factor, operating even when people sincerely believe they are choosing purely on the basis of personality or connection. The phenomenon of hypergamy, the tendency to seek partners of equal or higher status, is not limited to any gender or culture. It is a near universal feature of human mate selection, and it operates even when people are explicitly committed to egalitarian values. The heart, or rather the older parts of the brain, does not share our stated politics. Understanding this does not mean accepting it as immutable, but it does mean that the person who presents themselves with low-status body language, low-status verbal patterns, and low-status social positioning, regardless of their actual virtues, will consistently underperform the person of equal virtue who has learned to carry themselves with quiet confidence. Navigating status consciously. The wise person does two things simultaneously with status. First, they take it seriously. They understand that how they are perceived in the hierarchy matters, that it shapes every interaction, that it can be cultivated deliberately. They work on the signals, the posture, the voice, the way they enter a room and occupy space, the way they respond to social pressure. Second, they do not make status their god. The person for whom relative social position is the supreme value is trapped in an exhausting zero-sum game that can never be won permanently. There is always someone higher. There is always someone threatening to rise. The status-obsessed person lives in a permanent state of vigilance and anxiety. The goal is to have enough status to operate effectively, to be taken seriously, to have your voice heard, to protect yourself and the people you care about, without making status the measure of your own worth. Key insight. Learn to read the status signals in every room you enter, not to exploit them, but to navigate them. The person who is blind to status dynamics is perpetually confused about why things are happening. The person who sees them clearly has the map. Law 9. People punish those who remind them of their own failures. We hate those who make us feel our own inferiority. Lord Chesterfield. The green-eyed mirror. There is a particular kind of discomfort that has no polite name in most languages, even though it is one of the most common human experiences. It is the feeling you get when you encounter someone who is doing, successfully, visibly, apparently, effortlessly, the thing you have always wanted to do but have not done, or the thing you tried to do and failed at, or the thing you told yourself you could do if you wanted to, but secretly fear you cannot. The German language, with its characteristic precision for the darker corners of human psychology, has a word for a related phenomenon, schadenfreude, pleasure at another's misfortune. But there is no equally elegant term for the resentment triggered by another's success. There should be, because it is one of the engines of human cruelty. The psychologist Heidi Grant Haverson calls this phenomenon threat to the self-concept. Her research shows that people who have a high personal investment in a particular domain, who define themselves partly by their competence or potential in that area, experience the success of others in that domain, not as a neutral fact, but as a kind of indictment. Someone else's achievement implicitly says, "This was possible. You could have done it. The fact that you did not is significant." The mechanics of punishment. The punishment that follows from this dynamic takes many forms, not all of them recognizable as punishment. The most obvious form is direct criticism. The person whose success threatens their peers will find that their work is analyzed with unusual scrutiny, that their failures are remembered and repeated, while their successes are minimized, that their character is questioned in ways that others' characters are not. A subtler form is the withdrawal of support at critical moments. The colleague who could help you secure a promotion, but mysteriously does not find the time. The mentor who could open a door, but seems to forget about the opportunity. The friend who could introduce you to a key contact, but keeps meaning to get around to it. The subtlest form of all is the reframing of your success as luck or advantage. This is the least threatening response from the punisher's perspective because it requires no direct attack. If your achievement can be explained as the result of circumstances, you knew the right people, you were in the right place. The market happened to favor your particular skills at this particular moment. Then it says nothing about the gap between your ambition and theirs. History's testimony. History is replete with examples of this law in action at civilizational scale. Socrates was sentenced to death by his fellow Athenians, not because he had done them any concrete harm, but because his habit of demonstrating, through dialogue, that powerful and respected men did not actually know what they thought they knew was intolerable to those men. He was a living reminder of their intellectual failures, and they eliminated him for it. The scientist who proposes a paradigm-shifting theory is rarely celebrated by their contemporaries. They are attacked. Semmelweis was ridiculed and institutionalized for suggesting that doctors should wash their hands. Copernicus was condemned for suggesting that the earth moved. In each case, the new theory did not merely offer a better explanation of the evidence. It implicitly condemned every authority who had taught the old theory, every institution that had been built on it, every career that had been staked on its continued acceptance. Protecting and learning. How do you protect yourself from this mechanism? In part, through strategic understatement of your own achievements, especially around people who have invested heavily in the same domains. This is not dishonesty. It is social intelligence. The person who is brilliant but habitually says, "I got lucky," lives more comfortably among colleagues than the person who is equally brilliant but says, "I worked very hard for this." More fundamentally, you protect yourself by cultivating relationships with people who are secure enough in their own achievements that your success does not threaten them. These are rare. Treasure them. And when you feel the sting of resentment at someone else's success, which you will because you are human, treat it as useful information. It is pointing you directly at the thing you have not yet done that you believe you could or should. That sting is not about them. It is about you and what you have not yet become. Key insight. Success attracts resentment in proportion to how much it reminds others of their own unfulfilled potential. The safest success is the kind that is useful to others and visible only to those who have no skin in the same game. Law 10. Loyalty is conditional, always. The only way to have a friend is to be one. But know that friendships end when interests diverge. Emerson, updated. The myth of unconditional loyalty. One of the most repeated and believed fictions in human social life is the existence of unconditional loyalty. We tell this story in friendships. We go way back. In family relationships, blood is thicker than water. In professional allegiances, I've given this company 20 years. And in political movements, my party, right or wrong. The fiction persists because its alternative is uncomfortable to contemplate. If loyalty is always conditional, then every relationship is provisional. Every allegiance can be dissolved. Every person who stands with you now could, under sufficiently changed circumstances, stand against you. This is an unsettling thing to know. But here is what is more unsettling, not knowing it. The person who believes that loyalty is unconditional is the person who is perpetually blindsided when alliances shift, when friends become distant, when the colleague who seemed devoted turns out to have been cultivating options. The person who understands that all loyalty is conditional is never surprised by these developments and is therefore in a far better position to navigate them. What loyalty actually is. Loyalty, examined clearly, is not an emotion. It is a cost-benefit calculation, one that operates largely below conscious awareness. but a calculation nonetheless. A person remains loyal to another as long as the costs of that loyalty are bearable and the benefits sufficiently compelling. Change the cost or the benefit significantly enough, and the loyalty changes. This sounds cynical, but consider the alternative, that loyalty is a pure, context-independent commitment that persists regardless of circumstances. History shows us, with brutal consistency, that this type of loyalty simply does not exist in practice, whatever people believe about themselves in comfortable times. The most vivid demonstrations of this come from moments of extreme pressure. Authoritarian regimes know this. When Stalin purged his inner circle, the people being purged were often the very individuals who had demonstrated the most fervent loyalty, until the moment the pressure became intolerable or the calculation shifted, and they capitulated, betrayed their comrades, or tried to defect. Were these people uniquely weak? No, they were human. The economics of relationship. What actually binds people together over time is not some mystical force called loyalty. It is alignment of interests, habit, shared history, affection, and the social cost of exit. These are all real and they are all powerful, but they are also all variable. For Islam, interests change, circumstances change. The cost of exit changes, sometimes dramatically. And the person who has built a relationship on the assumption that these variables are fixed is building on sand. The business partner, who seems perfectly aligned with you when the business is growing, may become an adversary when the business is contracting. And the question becomes who bears the losses. The friend who is warmly supportive when you are struggling may cool when you begin to succeed. The employee who seems completely devoted may have been quietly updating their resume for 6 months. Building relationships that hold. Does this mean that durable, meaningful relationships are impossible? Not at all. It means that the most durable relationships are the ones that are honest about their conditional nature, that create genuine mutual value, that are maintained with active care, that adapt as circumstances change. The employer who understands that employee loyalty requires ongoing investment in compensation, in development, in dignity, retains people far more reliably than the employer who expects loyalty as a default. The friend who consistently shows up, remembers what matters, and gives as much as they receive creates a relationship where the cost of exit is genuinely high. Not because exit is punished, but because the relationship is genuinely valuable. Know what holds your most important relationships together. Not what you hope holds them together, but what actually does. Then tend to those things deliberately. That is the real work of loyalty. Not blind commitment, but constant cultivation. Key insight. Build relationships that give others genuine reasons to stay. Do not rely on sentiment or history alone. The strongest alliances are those where both parties are regularly reminded of why the alliance is worth maintaining. Part 3. The truth about power and influence. How control is exercised, openly and in the shadows. Law 11. Those who control information control people. Knowledge is power. Francis Bacon. The architecture of information. In 1750, a Parisian clockmaker who wanted to know the price of silk in Lyon had no practical way to find out. He might wait weeks for a letter. The merchant in Lyon, who did know the current price, had an enormous advantage over anyone who did not. And that advantage was worth real money. 300 years later, we live in an era of allegedly universal information access. The same market data that was once available only to investment banks is now theoretically available to anyone with a smartphone. The documents that governments once classified for decades are now searchable online. The gap between what the powerful know and what everyone else knows, it would seem, has narrowed dramatically. It has not. What has changed is the form of information asymmetry, not its existence. The gap between those who have relevant, timely, correctly interpreted information and those who do not is as vast as ever. Perhaps vaster, because the sheer volume of available data creates a new form of blindness. When everything is visible, the art becomes knowing what to look at. How information control works. The mechanisms of information control are as varied as the contexts in which they operate. In organizations, information is controlled through access. Who is in the meeting? Who receives the email? Who is copied on the memo? These are not neutral administrative decisions. They are acts of power, and the person who designs the information flow is the person who actually governs the organization, regardless of what the org chart says. The manager who makes decisions in informal conversations before the formal meeting, then runs the meeting as a ratification exercise, controls information flow in a way that gives them near total strategic advantage. Everyone else is playing the game they think they are playing, deliberation and decision-making, while the real game happens somewhere else. In relationships, information control takes more personal form. The person who knows more about the relationship than their partner, about their own feelings, their own options, their own assessment of the future, has a structural advantage. The partner who is more emotionally transparent, who reveals more about their needs and vulnerabilities, is more legible and therefore more manageable. The weaponization of uncertainty. One of the most sophisticated uses of information control is the deliberate creation of uncertainty. The employer who never gives clear performance feedback keeps the employee perpetually anxious and therefore more compliant. The romantic partner who runs hot and cold, intensely present, then mysteriously distant, creates uncertainty that generates a craving for resolution, which is experienced as intense attraction. The casino is built on this principle. The slot machine does not pay off on a predictable schedule. It pays off on a variable ratio schedule, the same reinforcement pattern that B.F. Skinner identified as the most powerful producer of persistent behavior in his experiments with pigeons. Uncertain reward is more compelling than certain reward, because the brain's dopamine system is activated not by reward itself, but by the anticipation of reward. Applied to human relationships and institutional contexts, this principle explains much behavior that otherwise seems inexplicable. Protecting yourself. The defense against information control begins with the recognition that it exists. Most people operate as though information they are given is complete, accurate, and neutrally selected. It almost never is. Someone somewhere has decided what you know and what you do not know. The beginning of sophistication is asking, what am I not being told, and who benefits from my not knowing it? The second defense is building diverse information sources. The person whose understanding of any situation comes entirely from one source is, by definition, operating with the picture that source wants them to have. Multiple perspectives, including ones that are uncomfortable or contrary to your preferred interpretation, are the only real hedge against manipulation. Key insight. In any situation, ask not just what you know, but who controls what you know. The map is never the territory, and the map was always drawn by someone with interest. Law 12. Emotion is the master key. Logic is just the doorbell. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Maya Angelou. The Rationalist's Delusion. The Enlightenment gave Western civilization an operating myth that has been extraordinarily productive and almost equally misleading. The myth of the rational actor. This myth holds that human beings, when making important decisions, weigh the relevant evidence, assess the probabilities, consult their values and interests, and arrive at the conclusion best supported by reason. Economists built entire disciplines on this myth. Political theorists built models of democratic deliberation on it. Educators designed curricula on the premise that if you taught people to think clearly, they would make better choices. It is a beautiful myth. It is mostly false. The neuroscientist Antonio Damasio's research, with patients who had suffered damage to the emotional processing centers of the brain, told a different story. These patients had fully intact reasoning capabilities. They could analyze options, understand probabilities, construct logical arguments, but they could not make decisions. Without the emotional signal that tells the brain which option to move toward, the reasoning apparatus simply generated more analysis endlessly. Decision required emotion. The emotional architecture of persuasion. This finding has been replicated and extended in many forms. What it means practically is that logic alone almost never changes behavior. Information alone almost never changes behavior. Evidence alone almost never changes behavior. What changes behavior is an emotional experience, powerful enough to override the existing emotional investment in the current behavior. The smoker who intellectually knows, in exhaustive detail, that smoking will likely kill them and has known this for years, is not short of information. They are short of an emotional experience, a fear vivid enough, a future self real enough, a connection to something they value clearly enough to make the abstract knowledge feel personally urgent. The salesperson who understands this does not present features and benefits. They create an experience, a vision of fear, of belonging, of exclusivity, that makes the rational purchase seem like an emotional necessity. The politician who understands this does not argue policy. They invoke identity and threat, and the vision of a better world that the voter's emotional system can embrace. Fear, desire, identity, and hope. The master persuaders throughout history have worked with four primary emotional levers: fear, desire, identity, and hope. Each is powerful. In combination, they are almost irresistible. Fear is the most powerful and the most dangerous. It is the fastest lever, because the brain's threat detection system, the amygdala, responds before the reasoning cortex even gets involved. But fear-based persuasion has a dark side. It creates anxiety and resentment, and it habituates. A fear message that works today needs to be intensified tomorrow to produce the same response. Desire is more sustainable. The advertising industry understands that the most durable motivational engine is not the fear of losing something, but the vision of gaining something. Make the desired outcome vivid, specific, and sensory. Let people almost taste it, and you have engaged the brain's approach system, which is more energizing and more durable than avoidance. Identity is perhaps the most powerful of all, because it operates at the deepest level, if you can connect your message to who a person already believes themselves to be, or who they aspire to be, you no longer need to persuade them. The action you want them to take becomes an expression of self. And people will do almost anything to remain consistent with their self-concept. The ethical dimension. A weapon of this power has obvious ethical implications. The fact that human beings can be reliably moved by emotional appeal does not mean that all emotional appeal is manipulation. Love is an emotional appeal. Art is an emotional appeal. The parent who motivates a child by making them feel capable and valued is using emotional intelligence in the service of the child's genuine development. The line between influence and manipulation is not the use of emotion. It is the alignment between the persuader's goal and the target's genuine interest. Emotional persuasion that serves the target is leadership. Emotional persuasion that serves the persuader at the target's expense is manipulation. Know which one you are doing. Not the story you tell yourself about it, but the actual verifiable impact on the other person's life. Key insight. To change minds, change feelings first. To change behavior, change identity. Logic is necessary but never sufficient. It is the lock, not the key. Law 13. Silence is a weapon more powerful than words. Silence is one of the great arts of conversation. Marcus Tullius Cicero. The power of nothing. In a culture saturated with communication, a world of constant messages, notifications, updates, and responses, silence has become a rare and disorienting experience, and what is rare is powerful. Most people are profoundly uncomfortable with silence. In conversation, the pause of more than 3 or 4 seconds generates a physical discomfort that most people will do almost anything to end. They will fill the silence with words, often words they had not planned to say, often words that reveal more than they intended, often concessions they would not have made if the silence had not felt so unbearable. The interrogator knows this. The negotiator knows this. The therapist knows this. The great trial lawyers know this. Silence, wielded deliberately, is one of the most powerful tools in the arsenal of influence. Silence in negotiation. Jim Camp, the negotiation coach who trained some of the most effective negotiators in corporate America, had one rule that his students found harder to follow than any other. After making a proposal, stop talking. Immediately. Completely. Do not qualify. Do not explain. Do not explain, though to gita der she, self-itching causes, changes, chimerienses. Do not add. Stop. The reason is simple but counterintuitive. Once you have said what you have said, additional words can only dilute it. If you are uncomfortable with the silence, if you feel the need to explain or soften or justify, you are revealing uncertainty. And uncertainty in a negotiation invites the other party to push harder. But if you make your proposal and then simply wait, something remarkable happens. The other party's discomfort with the silence becomes their problem, not yours. They will often fill it with information, concessions, or clarifications that work in your favor, things they never intended to offer, but that the pressure of silence extracted. The absent person's presence. A related phenomenon is the power of the person who responds to communication slowly or not at all. In an age when the expectation of instant response has become nearly universal, the person who takes 2 days to respond to an email is making a statement, whether they intend to or not, about their own time's value relative to the sender's. The person who is always immediately available is subtly broadcasting low status. They are saying implicitly, "My time is not more valuable than your request." The person who responds on their own schedule, not rudely but unhurriedly, is broadcasting the opposite. This does not mean that chronic unresponsiveness is a power strategy. It is simply rude, and rudeness has its own costs. The point is subtler. The quality of your attention, including the timing of your responses, communicates something about how you value your own time. And how you value your own time tells others how to value it. When silence is cowardice, silence is not always strength. The most important caveat to this law is that silence, deployed at the wrong moment, is not power. It is avoidance, and avoidance is a form of cowardice. The person who remains silent in a meeting where a wrong decision is being made is not demonstrating power. They are abdicating responsibility. The friend who says nothing when they see someone they care about making a destructive choice is not being strategic. They are prioritizing their own comfort over the friend's welfare. The key distinction is this: powerful silence is chosen deliberately and serves a clear purpose. Avoidant silence is chosen to escape discomfort and serves primarily the person who is silent. One is a tool, the other is a symptom. Learn to distinguish which kind of silence you are using in any given situation. If the answer is honestly avoidant, find the courage to speak. Key insight: in conversations where you have said enough, stop. In negotiations, wait. In arguments, the first person who speaks from discomfort with the silence has lost ground. And in life, resist the compulsion to fill every space. What you do not say shapes you as much as what you do. Law 14. People obey authority even when it's wrong. Disobedience is the true foundation of liberty. Henry David Thoreau. The most disturbing experiment in psychology. In 1961, Stanley Milgram began what became the most famous and most disturbing series of experiments in the history of psychology. His question was simple: In the aftermath of the Holocaust, how was it possible for ordinary people to participate in acts of systematic cruelty? What he found was that 65% of ordinary, psychologically normal Americans would, under instruction from a man in a white lab coat, administer what they believed to be dangerous, potentially lethal electric shocks to a screaming stranger, simply because the authority figure told them to continue. These were not sadists. They showed genuine distress during the procedure. They sweated, they trembled. They pleaded with the experimenter to be allowed to stop, and then they continued. Milgram's conclusion was not that people are evil. It was that people are wired for deference to authority in ways that can override their own moral judgment. This is not a flaw peculiar to 1960s Americans. It has been replicated across cultures, across decades, and across contexts, with remarkably consistent results. Why we obey. The evolutionary logic of authority deference is sound. In small ancestral groups, the figure of recognized authority, the chief, the elder, the most experienced hunter, usually did no more than the average group member. Following their direction was, statistically, likely to produce better outcomes than independent improvisation. The child who questions every parental instruction learns more slowly and takes more risks than the child who follows instructions first and asks questions later. We inherit this bias toward authority deference. It serves us well in genuine emergencies, when there is a clear expertise differential, and when the authority figure's interests are genuinely aligned with us. It fails catastrophically when any of these conditions are not met, and in complex, modern institutional contexts, at least one of these conditions is frequently absent. The markers of false authority. Authority is conveyed through markers, symbols that trigger the deference reflex without requiring actual expertise or legitimate power. Milgram identified several. The white coat expertise signal, the institutional setting, the confident tone, the calm certainty of manner. In the modern world, these markers have proliferated and become more sophisticated. The person who speaks at length, in complex vocabulary, with absolute confidence, about a subject the audience does not understand, can command extraordinary deference regardless of whether what they are saying is accurate. This is the foundation of a great deal of financial fraud, medical quackery, and political extremism. The authority markers become particularly dangerous when they are combined with institutional prestige. The professor who says something at a university podium will be believed by the audience even if the identical statement made by an unknown person at a bus stop would be questioned. The institution's prestige transfers to the speaker's credibility. And institutions, as we have learned repeatedly throughout history, can be wrong. Cultivating healthy defiance. The goal is not to reject authority wholesale. That way lies chaos and the inability to benefit from genuine expertise. The goal is to develop a calibrated skepticism that applies proportionate scrutiny to authority claims based on the stakes involved and the track record of the authority. Ask, what is the evidence for this claim independent of who is making it? What does this authority figure stand to gain from my compliance? What have been the consequences historically when this type of authority has been wrong? These questions will not make you popular. They will occasionally make you wrong. Sometimes the authority is right and the skeptic is foolish. But over a lifetime, the person who asks these questions will avoid catastrophes that the uncritical deferrer will not. Key insight. The most dangerous words in the English language are "but the experts say." The second most dangerous are "everyone agrees that." Neither expertise nor consensus is evidence of truth. Truth is evidence of truth. Law 15. Whoever controls the narrative controls reality. Those who tell the stories rule the world. Hopi proverb. The storytelling animal. The human brain does not experience reality directly. It experiences a story about reality, a narrative that it constructs from incoming sense data, memory, expectation, and interpretation. This narrative is so seamless, so automatic, and so convincing that we experience it as simply the world. But it is not the world. It is a story about the world. The neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga, in his research with split-brain patients, identified what he called the interpreter, a mechanism in the left hemisphere that ceaselessly generates explanations for whatever the person experiences or does, whether or not those explanations are accurate. When split-brain patients performed an action with their right hand that was directed by the right hemisphere, which does not communicate with the left hemisphere interpreter would immediately generate a plausible-sounding story about why the action was taken. A story that was entirely fabricated because the left hemisphere had no access to the actual cause. This is not just a quirk of split-brain neurology. It is what all of our brains do, all the time. We are story-generating machines. And because we are, the stories we live inside are among the most powerful forces shaping our experience of reality. The framing effect. The psychologist Daniel Kahneman, in his Nobel Prize-winning research on decision-making, identified one of the most robust and unsettling findings in behavioral economics, the framing effect. Identical information, presented in different frames, produces dramatically different choices. In one classic demonstration, subjects were told about a disease that would kill 600 people. They were given two options. Option A would save 200 people. Option B had a 1/3 probability of saving all 600 and a 2/3 probability of saving no one. Most people chose option A, the certain outcome. Then the same options were presented differently. Option A, 400 people will die. Option B, 1/3 probability that no one will die. 2/3 probability that 600 will die. Now most people chose option B. The options are mathematically identical. The framing changes everything. Because the brain is not responding to the information. It is responding to the story that the information is being told within. Saving 200 feels like gain. 400 will die feels like loss. And as we will see in Law 16, human beings' weight losses far more heavily than gains. Narrative control in politics and media. The political operative who understands narrative control does not need to change the facts. They need only to change the story in which the facts are embedded. Tax cuts become death taxes or relief for working families. Immigration becomes an invasion or the story of America. Climate policy becomes economic destruction or saving the planet. These are not neutral descriptions. They are narrative frames, and they activate different emotional responses and different cognitive associations in the listener. The fact that the underlying policy is identical in each case is irrelevant to its political fate. The narrative is what moves people. Reclaiming your narrative. The most intimate version of this law is the story you tell about yourself, the narrative of your own life. Who you are, what has happened to you, what it means, what is possible, is not given to you by reality. It is constructed by you, and it can be reconstructed. This is not naive positive thinking. The facts of your history are real, but the meaning of those facts. Whether a difficult childhood was a wound that defines you or a forge that shaped you. Whether a failed venture was proof of your inadequacy or data for your next attempt is genuinely up to you. And the story you choose to live inside shapes your behavior, your resilience, your relationships, and ultimately your life more than the facts themselves. Key insight. Every fact exists inside a story. Control the story and you control how the fact is received. When you want to change someone's behavior, do not argue with the facts. Change the frame that gives the facts their meaning. Part 4. The truth about desire and motivation. What people truly want beneath the surface. Law 16. People are more motivated by loss than by gain. The pain of losing is about twice as powerful, psychologically, as the pleasure of gaining. Daniel Kahneman. The asymmetry at the heart of human decision-making. Imagine two envelopes. In the first envelope is a $100 bill. In the second envelope, there is nothing. But if you had opened it yesterday, there would have been $100. You received the money and lost it. Psychologically, these two situations are not equivalent. Kahneman and Tversky, whose prospect theory won Kahneman the Nobel Prize in economics, showed definitively that the pain of losing $100 is approximately twice as intense as the pleasure of gaining $100. Loss hurts more than equivalent gain feels good. And this asymmetry shapes human decision-making in profound and often destructive ways. The implications reach into every corner of life. Why do people stay in bad jobs, bad relationships, bad cities? Partly because of the genuine value of what they have, but partly, and often primarily, because of the fear of what they would lose by leaving. The known misery of the present is evaluated against the unknown losses of change, and the losses loom larger than the potential gains. How it's exploited. The advertising and marketing industries discovered loss aversion long before Kahneman named it scientifically. Limited time offer. Only 3 left in stock. Don't miss out what you're losing by not acting now. These are all loss frames, and they are more effective empirically than equivalent gain frames. Save 30% works better than get 30% more. Don't lose your savings outperforms grow your wealth. Insurance is the ultimate loss aversion product. People consistently pay far more for insurance than the actuarial value of the protection they receive, because the emotional weight of the potential loss is so much heavier than the logical calculation of expected value. Political campaigns have known for decades that fear-based messaging, "What will happen to our country if they win?" is more reliably effective than aspiration-based messaging, "What we can build together." The psychological weight of threatened loss is simply heavier than the pull of promised gain. The sunk cost trap. Loss aversion also produces one of the most destructive patterns in human decision-making, the sunk cost fallacy. People continue investing in failed ventures, failed relationships, failed projects, failed strategies, because the loss of what they have already invested feels more immediate and more painful than the future losses that continued investment will produce. The logic of the sunk cost fallacy is, I've already spent 10 years on this. I can't walk away now. But the 10 years are gone. They cannot be recovered. The only question that matters is continued investment likely to produce value that exceeds the cost of continuing? The time already spent is irrelevant to that question. The entrepreneur who understands this abandons failing products quickly and pivots. The entrepreneur who does not understand it rides the failing venture all the way down, growing ever more invested in its success, precisely because the investment has grown ever larger. Making better decisions. The defense against loss aversion is not to eliminate the emotion. It cannot be eliminated, and some sensitivity to loss is genuinely adaptive. The defense is awareness. When making a significant decision, ask, to what extent is my current preference driven by fear of loss versus genuine assessment of future value? Am I staying because this is actually good, or because leaving feels like losing? Am I avoiding the decision because the potential downside is genuinely unacceptable, or because loss aversion is making the downside feel larger than it is? These questions will not always produce clear answers, but asking them interrupts the automatic, emotion-first processing that loss aversion exploits, and gives the rational mind a chance to weigh in. Key insight. If you want to move someone to action, show them what they are already losing by not acting, not what they could gain. Loss is the louder voice, and it is always listening. Law 17. Forbidden things are always more desirable. To forbid us anything is to make us have a mind for it. Michel de Montaigne. The Romeo and Juliet effect. In 1972, the social psychologist Richard Driscoll and his colleagues published a study examining the relationship between parental interference in romantic relationships and the strength of those relationships. Their hypothesis was intuitive, that parental opposition would weaken young love by creating obstacles and stress. What they found was precisely the opposite. The more parents interfered, criticized, and opposed the relationship, the stronger the romantic attachment became. They called it the Romeo and Juliet effect, and it has been confirmed in various forms by subsequent research. Opposition intensifies desire. This is not merely a feature of romance. It is a fundamental feature of human psychology, rooted in what the social psychologist Jack Brame identified in 1966 as psychological reactance. The motivational state that arises when we perceive that our freedom to have or do something is being threatened. When a freedom is threatened, we want it more. When it is removed, we want it most of all. The reverse psychology of control. Parents who are puzzled by why their explicit prohibitions seem to increase their children's interest in whatever is prohibited are observing reactance in action. The prohibition itself becomes a signal. This thing is special enough to be forbidden. This thing is worth the risk of disobedience. The very act of restriction elevates the object of restriction in the psychological hierarchy. This dynamic plays out in every human domain. The book that is banned sells more copy. The political speech that is censored spreads further than it would have through open publication. The food that is classified as a dietary sin becomes the object of intense craving, precisely because the restriction creates a special category for it. Apple has built an entire brand strategy around controlled scarcity and exclusivity. The limited edition product, the sold-out release, the invitation-only platform, all of these create desire through implied restriction. You cannot have this yet, and the yet is everything. The seduction principle. In the domain of seduction, the application of this law is both ancient and enduring. The person who is immediately, completely, and openly available generates less desire than the person who is selectively present, who gives attention and then withdraws it, who is warm and then neutral, who is available but not infinitely so. This is not a strategy of manipulation. It is an observation about how desire works. Desire requires an object that is not yet possessed. The moment of complete possession collapses desire because there is nothing left to want. The maintenance of some mystery, some incompleteness, some space between what is desired and what is obtained is the oxygen that keeps desire burning. Freedom and the paradox of choice. The flip side of this law is equally important. When restrictions are removed entirely, when all choices become available, desire does not necessarily intensify. The paradox of choice, documented extensively by psychologist Barry Schwartz, shows that beyond a certain point, the expansion of options produces not satisfaction but paralysis and anxiety. We want what we cannot freely have, but we are also overwhelmed by the absence of any structure to desire. The most generative condition for motivation is not total freedom and not total restriction, but the middle state, meaningful possibility with meaningful constraint. This is why constraints so often improve creative work, why limitations in resources force innovation, why the sonnet form produces some of the most powerful love poetry in the language. The frame does not kill the desire, it focuses it. Key insight. To make something more desirable, make it slightly less available. To inspire creative work, give constraints. To intensify someone's interest in an idea, suggest gently that it might be beyond them. Law 18. Most people don't want freedom. They want safety in a cage they choose. Most men lead lives of quiet desperation and go to the grave with the song still in them. Henry David Thoreau. The terror of freedom. When Erich Fromm wrote Escape from Freedom in 1941, he was trying to understand how the German people had embraced fascism, how a sophisticated, educated, culturally rich society had willingly surrendered its political freedom to a totalitarian regime. His answer was deeply uncomfortable, because freedom is frightening, true freedom. Freedom without the structures that tell you who to be, what to do, and what your life means, is experienced not as liberation but as vertigo. The existential weight of unlimited self-determination is for most people intolerable. Fromm observed that when traditional structures, religious authority, fixed social roles, national identity, feudal hierarchy break down, people do not embrace the openness that follows with joy. They desperately seek new structures, new authorities, new certainties, new ideologies, to take the old one's place. And they will accept quite oppressive structures in exchange for relief from the anxiety of freedom. The comfortable cage. This pattern is not limited to political extremism. It operates in the most ordinary domains of individual life. The person who stays in a job they find meaningless for 20 years, not because they cannot find something better, but because the daily ritual of the familiar job, the commute, the desk, the predictable conflicts with predictable colleagues, has become a structure that organizes their days and tells them who they are. To leave would require them to answer a question they are not sure they can answer. Who am I when I am not this person, doing this job in this place? The person who remains in a relationship that has long since lost genuine intimacy, not because leaving is impossible, but because the relationship provides a framework, a set of roles, a social identity, a predictable texture of daily life that would have to be rebuilt from scratch. The cage has become familiar enough that it no longer feels like a cage. Chosen constraint versus unconscious imprisonment. The crucial distinction here is between constraints you have consciously chosen and constraints you have unconsciously absorbed. Both limit your freedom. But the person who consciously chooses their constraints, who says, I choose to live by these values, these commitments, this structure, because I have reflected on it and I find it good, is genuinely free in the deepest sense, even within significant constraints. The monk in a monastery who has chosen poverty, chastity, and obedience as a path to spiritual development is, in a meaningful sense, freer than the person who lives with unlimited choices, but has never examined whether any of those choices actually reflects what they value. The parent who freely chooses to subordinate their individual ambitions to the project of raising children with presence and love is, if the choice is genuine and reflective, exercising a profound freedom. The parent who does the same thing out of social expectation, fear of judgment, or inability to imagine an alternative is not. The courage of real freedom. Genuine freedom requires something most people find deeply uncomfortable: a willingness to sit with uncertainty about who you are and what your life is for. It requires not immediately filling the silence of that uncertainty with the first available structure: job, relationship, ideology, identity, but genuinely inhabiting the question long enough to find an answer that is actually yours. This is not easy. It is, in fact, one of the hardest things a human being can do, which is why most people do not do it. Which is why most people live inside cages they have participated in building and call that home. The question worth asking is not, am I free? But rather, are the constraints I live within ones I have genuinely chosen, that serve values I have genuinely examined, that lead toward a life I would genuinely recognize as mine? Key insight. The craving for certainty is as powerful as the craving for freedom and usually wins. Before criticizing others for their chosen limitations, examine your own. The cage you built yourself is still a cage. Law 19. Everyone has a price, it just isn't always money. Every man has his price. Robert Walpole. The uncomfortable universality. The statement everyone has a price is one of those observations that is simultaneously obvious, offensive, and true. Offensive, because it implies that human integrity is purchasable, that principles are negotiable, that the person who claims to stand for something will under sufficiently compelling circumstances stand for something else. True because history, psychology, and honest observation support it. But the popular version of the statement is too narrow. It frames the price exclusively in monetary terms, which obscures the real insight. Money is just one of many currencies that can purchase human behavior, and for many people it is not the most powerful one. The deeper insight is this: human behavior is driven by needs, for survival, for security, for belonging, for status, for meaning, for pleasure, for love. When someone appears to act on pure principle, look more carefully. Often what you will find is that the principle serves one of these needs very well. And the moment circumstances change, so that the principle conflicts with a sufficiently powerful need, the principle will yield. The currencies of human purchase. Ego is among the most powerful non-monetary currencies. The person who cannot be bought for money will often do almost anything for genuine recognition, for the sense that their contribution is seen, that their intelligence is acknowledged, that their judgment is respected. The executive who turns down a higher salary from a competing firm will accept a fancy title in a larger office. The academic who would never compromise their research for a grant will produce papers that validate powerful funders' pre-existing conclusions, because funding is also ego. It says, your work matters. Belonging is another powerful currency. The person who has recently lost their social group, through divorce, geographic move, career change, or ideological shift, is extraordinarily vulnerable to organizations and individuals who offer a sense of community. Cults, extremist movements, and abusive relationships all exploit this vulnerability. The price of belonging is, for people in the acute pain of social disconnection, almost any degree of compromise in values or judgment. Security, physical, financial, existential, is the most ancient of all non-monetary currencies. The person whose sense of security is genuinely threatened will, in the limit, do almost anything to restore it. This is the mechanism behind most cooperation with authoritarian regimes, most corporate malfeasance, most of the quiet compromises that ordinary people make in conditions of systemic fear. Knowing your own vulnerabilities, the most useful application of this law is not to others. It is to yourself. What are your non-monetary prices? What would someone have to offer you in the coin of recognition, belonging, security, status, or meaning, to make you compromise a value you currently hold firmly? This is not a comfortable question. The person who cannot answer it honestly is the person most vulnerable to having it answered for them by circumstances, by skilled manipulators, or by the accumulation of small compromises that never quite felt decisive enough to examine. The person who knows their vulnerabilities, who can say clearly, "My most exploitable need is for approval, and when approval is withheld or threatened, I tend to do things I later regret," is the person who can build protective structures around those vulnerabilities. They can make decisions in advance about which compromises they will not make, in which domains, under which pressures. Self-knowledge is the most durable form of protection. Not because it eliminates the price. Every human being has a price, but because it means you can be the one who decides whether and when, and at what cost to pay it. Key insight: know your price, not to be ashamed of it, but to protect it. The person who does not know their own vulnerabilities is perpetually available for purchase by those who do. Law 20. People are addicted to their own suffering. The truth is that our finest moments are most likely to occur when we are feeling deeply uncomfortable. M. Scott Peck. The familiar darkness. There is a type of person, and they are not rare, who leaves one difficult relationship, one chaotic job, one dysfunctional family dynamic, and proceeds with unerring consistency to recreate the same difficulty in the next relationship, the next job, the next context. Different cast, same play, different setting, same script. The naive observer concludes that this person is unlucky. The slightly more sophisticated observer concludes that this person makes poor choices. The psychologist, especially one working in the tradition of Freud, or of object relations theory, or of attachment research, sees something more specific and more useful. A person whose nervous system has been calibrated to a particular emotional environment, and who experiences that environment not as pleasant, but as normal. Normal in the psychological sense is not the same as good. It means familiar. It means matching a pattern that was established in formative experience. And the nervous system, which is above all a pattern recognition and pattern-seeking machine, will navigate toward familiar patterns even when those patterns are painful, because familiar pain is preferable to unfamiliar uncertainty. The identity-suffering connection. There is also a more conscious dimension to the attachment to suffering, the role that struggle plays in identity. Many people have built their understanding of who they are around their difficulties. I'm a survivor. I've been through things you can't imagine. I know what it means to fight for something. These are not trivial identities. They carry real meaning, real dignity, real community. But they also create a subtle incentive to remain in struggle, because the end of struggle means the end of the identity that suffering has built. The person who has defined themselves by their hardship faces a genuinely difficult question when the hardship resolves. If I am not surviving, if I am not fighting, if I am not a person defined by what I have overcome, then who am I? The answer to that question requires building a new identity. And building a new identity requires tolerating a period of formlessness that is for many people more frightening than the familiar suffering. The neurological dimension. There is also a purely physiological component to the addiction to suffering. Chronic stress produces elevated cortisol, which over time recalibrates the body's stress response system. The person who has lived under chronic stress for years literally develops a nervous system that is tuned for high arousal, that finds low arousal states calm, security, ease, not restful but uncomfortable. This is why many people who finally achieve the stability they have been pursuing for years find themselves bafflingly more anxious in that stability than they were in the preceding chaos. Their nervous systems have been calibrated to a different setting, and calm feels wrong, feels like danger, feels like the stillness before something terrible happens. The path out. The path out of the attachment to suffering is not simple, and it cannot be reduced to an exhortation to choose happiness. Nor is the suffering someone else's fault entirely or the result of bad luck entirely. The most useful frame is this. The patterns of suffering in your life are information. They are showing you with great specificity what your nervous system was calibrated for by early experience. The work of change is not to deny those patterns, but to become conscious of them, to see them in motion in real time as they are operating. The moment of awareness does not automatically change the pattern, but it creates a tiny window of choice that did not exist before. And in that window, over time, with repetition and with support, new patterns can be built. Key insight. If the same type of difficulty keeps appearing in your life, the common factor is not bad luck, it is you. Specifically the part of you that has learned to navigate toward the familiar, even when familiar means painful. Part 5. The truth about morality and judgment, the uncomfortable realities of ethics and practice. Law 21. Most moral outrage is about status, not justice. Moral indignation is jealousy with a halo. H.G. Wells. The performance of virtue. In the age of social media, moral outrage has become one of the primary currencies of social life. The most visible, most loudly expressed moral positions receive the most attention, the most validation, and the most social reward. Being outraged, at the right targets, in the right way at the right moment, has become a social performance of enormous value. This is not entirely new. Human communities have always used shared moral judgments as a mechanism for building in-group solidarity and defining the boundary between those who belong and those who do not. What is new is the scale and speed of the performance. The ability to signal virtue to thousands of people simultaneously and to receive immediate, quantifiable feedback, likes, shares, approvals on the quality of the signal. The philosopher Jonathan Haidt, in his extensive research on moral psychology, found that moral judgments are typically made through rapid, automatic emotional processes, and that the reasoning that follows is largely post hoc rationalization. We feel a moral emotion, usually disgust or anger, we judge, and then we construct the reasons afterward. The reasons are real, we believe them sincerely, but they are not the actual cause of the judgment. Status signaling through moral positions. Moral positions in modern social life function partly as status signals. They communicate group membership. I am the kind of person who cares about this. Intellectual sophistication. I understand the nuances that others miss. And social awareness. I am keeping up with the important conversations. This is not cynical. The underlying concern may be entirely genuine, but the social function of the expression of that concern is partially or largely about status. And this means that many people take moral positions, not primarily because they have reasoned carefully about them, but because the positions are associated with the social group they wish to belong to, or the social identity they wish to project. This also means that when the status associations shift, when the fashionable position changes, the moral outrage shifts with it. The person who is loudly condemning X last year may be conspicuously silent on X this year. Not because the underlying moral question has changed, but because the social reward for outrage about X has diminished. Finding genuine ethical conviction. How do you tell the difference between genuine moral conviction and performed moral outrage? Several markers are useful. Genuine moral conviction costs something. It requires the person to take a position that creates social friction, that is unpopular in at least some of their social circles, that they would hold even if no one was applauding. The person who is only outraged about things that their social group is outraged about is not demonstrating genuine moral conviction. They are demonstrating social compliance dressed in moral language. Genuine moral conviction is consistent. It applies the same standard across contexts, even when the application is inconvenient. The person who is outraged about political corruption when it is committed by the other party, but dismissive or excuse-making when it is committed by their own, does not have a moral position. They have a partisan position. Genuine moral conviction is humble. The person who has genuinely grappled with hard ethical questions knows how hard they are. They hold their conclusions firmly but not rigidly, and they remain open to evidence and argument. The person performing moral outrage for social reward has no interest in complexity. It dilutes the signal. Key insight. Before expressing moral outrage, ask yourself 2 questions. Would I hold this position if it were socially costly to do so? And do I apply the same standard when the tables are turned? If the honest answer to either question is no, what you have is not a moral conviction. It is a social strategy. Law 22. People judge others by their actions, themselves by their intentions. We judge ourselves by our intentions and others by their actions. Ian Percy. The asymmetry of attribution. In 1967, the social psychologists Edward Jones and Keith Davis published a paper that identified one of the most reliable biases in human judgment, the fundamental attribution error. Their research showed that when explaining other people's behavior, we systematically over-attribute it to stable character traits and under-attribute it to situational factors. When explaining our own behavior, we do the reverse. You cut someone off in traffic because you were running late and had a lot on your mind. They cut you off because they are an aggressive, inconsiderate driver. You raised your voice because the situation was genuinely frustrating, and you had been provoked beyond a reasonable limit. They raised their voice because they are an emotionally unstable person. You took credit for the team's success because you did make the key decision. They took credit because they are a credit grabber. The mechanism is not deliberate dishonesty. It is a structural feature of human cognition. We have full access to our own internal experience, our intentions, our context, our reasoning, and we judge ourselves by that rich inner reality. We have access to other people only through their observable behavior, and we judge them by that thinner data. The practical consequences. The practical consequences of this asymmetry are enormous. It means that most interpersonal conflict is driven not by genuine bad faith, but by a systematic mismatch between how actions are understood by their actors and how they are experienced by their recipients. The manager who gives critical feedback believes they are being direct and helpful. The recipient experiences it as hostile and demeaning. Both assessments are, from within their respective information sets, accurate. The manager has access to their intention. The recipient has access only to the impact. An impact is what people respond to. The parent who is demanding believes they are expressing high regard for the child's potential. The child experiences it as nothing ever being good enough. The spouse who withdraws during conflict believes they are preventing escalation. The other spouse experiences it as abandonment. The double standard in moral judgment. The attribution asymmetry also produces a pervasive double standard in moral evaluation. We evaluate other people's ethical failures by their behavior, he lied, and evaluate them as moral failures, he is a liar. We evaluate our own ethical failures by our intentions. I wasn't trying to deceive anyone. I just didn't have all the facts and consider them lapses rather than character flaws. This double standard is almost universal, and it is almost invisible to the person practicing it. The person who holds others to a high standard of behavioral accountability, while applying a lenient standard to their own lapses, does not experience themselves as hypocritical. They experience themselves as understandable. Practicing genuine accountability. The way out of this asymmetry requires 2 simultaneous and opposite moves. First, you must learn to evaluate your own behavior more by its impact and less by your intention. I didn't mean to as a reason, not an excuse. If your behavior, regardless of your intention, consistently produces negative effects on others, the intention becomes increasingly irrelevant. The question is what you are going to do differently. Second, you must learn to give others more access to their own intentions. To ask, before judging, what circumstances might have produced this behavior in a person who is not fundamentally bad? This is not naivety. It is the extension of the charitable interpretive standard you apply to yourself. The gap between these two moves, evaluating your own impact honestly and imagining others' intentions generously, is where genuine ethical maturity lives. Key insight. The next time you judge someone's behavior harshly, ask, if the situation were reversed, what story would I tell about why I had done the same thing? The answer usually contains a corrective that is both humbling and clarifying. Law 23. Forgiveness is usually about the forgiver's peace, not the offender's redemption. Forgiveness is not something we do for other people. We do it for ourselves to get well and move on. Carolyn Static Corey. The misunderstood transaction. There is a popular misunderstanding about forgiveness that does more harm than good. This misunderstanding holds that forgiveness is a gift given to the offender, a form of absolution, an erasure of the moral debt, a declaration that what was done was acceptable or at least no longer held against the person who did it. Under this understanding, forgiveness feels impossible for many people. Because the offense was not acceptable, the harm was real, and pretending otherwise would be dishonest. How can I forgive someone who has never apologized, who has never changed, who would do it again? But this understanding is wrong about what forgiveness actually is and who it serves. Forgiveness, as understood by every serious psychological tradition that has studied it, and as reported by virtually everyone who has genuinely practiced it, is not primarily an act toward the offender. It is an act toward the self. It is the decision to stop carrying the weight of resentment, not because the offense was acceptable, but because the weight of resentment is damaging you and you have chosen to put it down. The biology of resentment. Resentment is not merely an unpleasant feeling. It is a physiological state, one characterized by elevated cortisol, increased blood pressure, activation of the stress response, and suppression of immune function. The person who carries sustained resentment toward another is not punishing that person. They are punishing themselves. The object of the resentment is very likely not spending an equivalent amount of time or physiological resource on the relationship. The writer Anne Lamott describes resentment as drinking rat poison and waiting for the rat to die. This is not merely a clever metaphor. It is a physiologically accurate description of what sustained resentment does to the body of the person carrying it. Forgiveness without reconciliation. The most important distinction in this area is between forgiveness and reconciliation. These are not the same thing, and conflating them is a significant source of confusion and unnecessary suffering. Forgiveness is an internal act, decision about how you are going to carry or not carry the harm that was done to you. It requires nothing from the offender. It does not require their apology, their change, their recognition of the harm, or their presence in your life. Reconciliation is a relational act, a decision to restore at some level the relationship that was damaged. Reconciliation may or may not be appropriate, and that determination should be based on whether the other person has actually changed, whether the relationship is safe to re-enter, whether the terms of re-engagement are acceptable. A person can forgive someone and still decline to have any contact with them. A person can release resentment without pretending the harm was not real, or that the person who caused it is trustworthy, or that the relationship should be restored. The courage to forgive. Genuine forgiveness requires a kind of courage that is not often acknowledged, because the resentment that forgiveness asks you to release is not only painful, it is also in a perverse way sustaining. It provides an explanation for difficulty, a moral narrative in which you are the innocent and the other is the guilty, a reason for your current pain that locates its cause entirely outside yourself. To release that resentment is to release that narrative. And the question that follows, who am I and what am I responsible for? Without this story of what was done to me, is sometimes the hardest question a person can face. The person who is genuinely forgiven is not the person who claims to have forgiven, while still cataloging grievances and nursing resentment in private. They are the person who has, through real internal work, arrived at a place where the harm that was done no longer organizes their present. That is the freedom that forgiveness offers, not to the offender, but to you. Key insight. Forgive for yourself, not for them. and know that forgiveness and reconciliation are separate decisions. You can grant yourself the first without granting them the second. Law 24. Most people's values are negotiable under enough pressure. Every man thinks meanly of himself for not having been a soldier, or not having been at sea. Samuel Johnson. The comfortable distance of principle. It is easy to have values when having them cost nothing. The person who has never been genuinely hungry has no idea whether they would steal food. The person who has never been in mortal danger has no idea whether they would betray a comrade to save themselves. The person who has never faced financial ruin has no idea whether they would falsify documents to prevent it. We learn our actual values not from introspection but from extremity. And what we learn, if we are honest, is that the values we hold in comfortable times are more provisional than we imagined. This is not cause for despair or cynicism. It is simply the condition of being a creature whose survival instincts are older and more powerful than their moral reasoning, and whose capacity for rationalization is sophisticated enough to explain almost any compromise in terms that feel morally acceptable. The psychology of moral erosion. Moral compromise almost never happens in a single dramatic act of decision. It happens through a series of small, each individually reasonable steps, each one justifiable, each one only slightly beyond the previous, each one leaving behind a slightly revised sense of what is normal and acceptable. The social psychologist Philip Zimbardo, whose Stanford prison experiment in 1971 showed ordinary students becoming brutal guards within days of being assigned the role, identified this process as the banality of evil, Hannah Arendt's term for the way that ordinary people, in sufficiently powerful situational contexts, perform acts they would previously have said were impossible for them. The experiment was stopped after 6 days, not because the guards were sadists. They were normal college students, but because the institutional logic of the situation they had authority, the prisoners did not, had rapidly recalibrated what felt normal and permissible. Historical testimony. History offers abundant testimony to this law's operation. The German civil servants who administered the logistics of the Holocaust were, by most accounts, ordinary people, educated, in many cases cultured, in most cases not personally ideologically extreme. They came to their roles through the mechanism of incremental normalization. Each step built on the previous one, each act of bureaucratic participation, made the next slightly easier. This is not exculpatory, it is explanatory. And the explanation is important, precisely because it does not allow us the comfortable conclusion that only evil people commit evil acts. It forces the more disturbing conclusion that we are all in principle capable of the same, under sufficiently extreme conditions and sufficiently incremental pressure. Building a value system that holds. Does this mean that integrity is impossible? No. It means that integrity requires more than good intentions and comfortable convictions. It requires deliberate construction, the identification in advance of the lines you will not cross, and the articulation of why those lines matter in terms that will hold up under pressure. The person who has never thought carefully about what they would do under extreme pressure is the person most vulnerable when extreme pressure arrives. The person who has, through genuine reflection, and possibly through prior experience of difficult choices, developed a clear sense of their inviolable commitments, and who has connected those commitments to an identity that would be catastrophically damaged by violating them, is the person most likely to hold. The Stoics called this practice of imaginative pre-experience premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. By mentally living through difficult scenarios in advance, you do not make yourself invulnerable to their pressure, but you give your moral reasoning a head start over your stress response. And sometimes a head start is all you need. Key insight. Do not judge others' moral failures in extremity without examining your own likely behavior in equivalent conditions. Build your values not on comfortable convictions, but on tested, examined commitments that you have chosen to make part of who you are. Law 25. The darkest truth. Most people are sleepwalking through life. The unexamined life is not worth living. Socrates. The dream most people are living in. Spend an afternoon observing people, really observing them, not as background characters in your own story, but as the main characters in theirs. Watch the expression on the commuter's face as they stand in line for coffee, processing the same anxieties they processed yesterday. Watch the parent at the school pickup, scrolling through their phone while their child tries to catch their eye. Watch the executive in the boardroom, speaking with great authority about a strategy that is, when you examine it carefully, almost identical to the strategy that failed 3 years ago. What you are watching, in most cases, is the condition that the philosopher and psychologist George Gurdjieff called waking sleep. Not unconsciousness. The eyes are open, the body is moving, responses are being generated. But something is missing that we might call genuine presence. The quality of being actually in your life, making deliberate choices, in contact with what is actually happening, engaged with genuine questions about what you value and why. The architecture of autopilot. The neuroscience of habit tells us that between 40 and 60% of daily human behavior is habitual, executed by procedural memory circuits that operate without conscious deliberation. This is not a bug, it is a feature. Conscious deliberation is metabolically expensive, and the brain quite sensibly conserves it by automating routines that are sufficiently established. But what begins as efficient habit formation can become, over decades, an almost complete replacement of genuine choice with automatic routine. The career that was chosen at 22 because it seems sensible and has been continued ever since without examination. The political views that were absorbed from family and community in early life and have never been genuinely tested. The relationship patterns that replay across partners and contexts without the person involved ever quite noticing the replay. Most people live inside an identity constructed mostly in their formative years. A story about who they are, what they are capable of, what they deserve, what the world is like. And they spend the rest of their lives executing that story without significant revision, filtering all new experience through its categories, deflecting or explaining away anything that contradicts it. The cost of unconsciousness. The cost of this autopilot existence is paid in two currencies. The first is opportunity, the life that goes unlived, the potential that goes unactualized, the choices that go unmade, because the person operating on autopilot never quite arrives at the moment of genuine decision. The second currency is meaning. Viktor Frankl, who survived the Nazi concentration camps and built an entire school of psychology from the experience, argued that the primary human need is not for pleasure or power but for meaning, for the sense that your existence is going somewhere, that your choices matter, that the particular thread of your life is connected to something larger than itself. The autopilot life cannot produce genuine meaning, because meaning requires authorship, the sense that you are making choices that reflect genuine values genuinely held. A life lived is an execution of someone else's script, or of a script you absorbed before you were old enough to examine it. May be comfortable, it may even be happy in a shallow way, but it is not meaningful in the deep sense that Frankl and every serious philosopher of the examined life has identified. The invitation. What does waking up actually look like? Not the performance of awakening, not the spiritual retreat that leaves the same patterns untouched, not the productivity system that optimizes the same automatic behaviors more efficiently, not the philosophy of life adopted because it is fashionable among the people you want to impress. It looks, first, like discomfort. The genuine question, why am I doing this? Is this actually what I want? What do I actually value as opposed to what I have been told to value? Is not a comfortable question. The comfortable questions have already been answered. The uncomfortable ones are the ones that matter. It looks, second, like action that is slightly incongruent with the previous script. Small, real choices made on the basis of examined values rather than automatic routine. The conversation you have been avoiding. The ambition you have been dismissing as unrealistic. The relationship pattern you have been observing and deciding, for the first time, to interrupt. It looks, third, like a certain quality of attention in ordinary moments. The capacity to be actually present in the life you are actually living, rather than mentally elsewhere while the life happens around you. None of this is a single awakening. It is a practice, imperfect, interrupted, renewed constantly. The person who wakes up is not done waking up. The examined life is not a destination, it is a direction, but the direction matters. And the choice to move in it, however imperfectly, however incompletely, is the most important choice a human being can make. Key insight. The question is not whether you are awake or asleep. The question is whether you are awake enough, often enough, to make the choices that are actually yours. That wakefulness is not a gift, it is a practice. And it begins with the decision, made now in this moment, to look honestly at your life as it actually is. Conclusion and integration. What to do with these truths? Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. Viktor Frankl. You have now read 25 laws of human behavior. 25 descriptions of the gap between how people present themselves and how they actually operate. If you have read honestly, some of these laws will have stung. Some you will have recognized in people who have hurt you. And if you have read most honestly of all, some you will have recognized in yourself. That recognition is not comfortable, but it is valuable. And what you do with it determines whether this book has been worth reading. There are two ways to receive this kind of knowledge. The first is to become cynical, to conclude that since human beings are largely self-interested, largely unconscious, and largely governed by forces they neither understand nor control, there is no point in trusting anyone, investing in any relationship, or expecting anything better than this from the species. The cynic looks at these laws and says, I knew it, I was right. People are disappointing. The second way is to become clear, to receive the knowledge, not as a verdict on human nature, but as a map of terrain that you now have the advantage of being able to read. The person who understands these laws is not doomed to act them out unconsciously. They have the possibility, at least, of catching themselves in the act, of seeing the machinery while it runs, of making choices that would not be available to someone who could not see what was happening. The cynical path is the easier one, and it is, in the end, the more self-serving one, because cynicism is a way of not being responsible, of locating the problem entirely in others, and therefore locating the solution beyond your reach. The cynical reading of these laws says, this is just how people are. Nothing can be done. The clear-eyed reading says something harder and more empowering. This is how people, including me, tend to operate when operating unconsciously. And conscious operating, while never complete, is possible and worth pursuing. The other side of the coin. Every law in this book describes a tendency, a pattern, a force in human psychology. None of them describes an inevitability. Human beings are also capable, genuinely capable, not just performatively capable, of extraordinary generosity, genuine insight, durable courage, real love, and acts of integrity that cost something and are performed anyway. These capacities are real. The history of moral progress, and there has been moral progress, however halting and partial and reversible, is the history of human beings slowly, imperfectly, expanding the circle of who they are willing to include in their moral consideration. Slavery was abolished, women were enfranchised. The scope of human rights has been extended in ways that people a century ago would not have predicted possible. None of this happened automatically. None of it happened because human nature changed. It happened because individual human beings, seeing clearly what was happening and understanding why it was happening, chose to act differently from the pattern. And because enough of them did so to shift what was possible. That is the ultimate lesson of these 25 laws. Not that the patterns they describe are inescapable, but that they are powerful, that they operate largely below the level of awareness, and that the only real defense against being governed by them is the clarity to see them. Look clearly, act accordingly, and extend the same honest examination to others that you have applied to yourself, not as an excuse for their behavior, but as the beginning of real understanding. The mirror is open. The examination continues.
Fyodor Dostoevsky is remembered as literature's supreme explorer of the human mind. His novels are studied in every university on Earth. Philosophers, psychologists, and theologians have spent more than a century arguing over what he meant. His characters have entered the permanent vocabulary of how we understand ourselves, their dilemmas, their contradictions, their anguish so precisely rendered that they seem less like inventions and more like people we have met and failed to help. He is treated in the popular imagination as a figure of brooding seriousness, a solemn prophet who peered into the abyss and reported what he found. And there is truth in that image, but it is dangerously incomplete. The man who wrote with more psychological depth than perhaps any novelist before him was also a compulsive gambler who repeatedly destroyed his own finances at the roulette tables of Europe. He was a political prisoner who stood before a firing squad at the age of 27, watching soldiers raise their rifles, believing with absolute certainty that he had seconds left to live. He was a young writer whose very first novel made him an overnight celebrity in St. Petersburg, only for his reputation to collapse within a few short years under the weight of his own arrogance. He was an epileptic who suffered violent seizures throughout his adult life. He was a man who buried a child, lost a brother, and spent years in Siberian chains, forbidden to write a single word. And yet from all of this, from the gambling halls and the prison camps, from the grief and the seizures and the humiliation, he produced works that permanently changed how human beings understood themselves, not in spite of the wreckage, but in ways that remain inseparable from it. The question this story will try to answer is not a simple one. It is not merely how Dostoevsky became a great writer. Talent alone does not explain what he achieved. The question is more specific and more unsettling. How did a man whose own life was consumed by compulsion, suffering and contradiction produce fiction that illuminated those very forces with a clarity no one had reached before? What was the connection between the chaos of the life and the precision of the art? And why, more than a century after his passing, do his insights into the irrational depths of human nature feel not like relics of a distant era, but like descriptions of the world we live in right now? The answer to that question stretches across 6 decades of Russian history, through prisons and palaces, through revolutionary conspiracies and literary rivalries, through some of the most turbulent years the Russian Empire would ever know. It is a story that begins not in a writer's study or a literary salon, but in a place where suffering was administered by profession. The Mariinsky Hospital for the Poor stood on the northern outskirts of Moscow, at the edge of a district where the city's grandeur gave way to open fields and scattered settlements. It was a charity hospital, built to serve those who could afford nothing, the destitute, the chronically ill, the abandoned. Its wards were filled with men, women, and children whose lives had brought them to the last institution that would accept them. And attached to the hospital, sharing its walls, was a small apartment where a doctor lived with his young family. The doctor's name was Mikhail Andreevich Dostoevsky. His second son, born on the 11th of November 1821, was given the name Fyodor. If you're finding this journey through history meaningful, a like helps this channel bring more stories out of the shadows. And tell me, where in the world are you watching from? The boy who would grow up to write the most penetrating explorations of the human psyche in all of literature spent his earliest years in rooms that shared walls with the suffering poor. The sounds of the hospital, the coughing, the murmured prayers, the quiet grief of families visiting patients who would not recover, were the ambient noise of his childhood. It was not a place of comfort. It was not a place of ease, and it left a mark on the child that nothing in his later life would erase. But the hospital was only half the story. The other half lay within the apartment itself, in the character of the man who ran the household, with the same anxious discipline he applied to his medical rounds, and whose influence on his son would prove as formative and as troubling as anything the wards outside could teach. The Mariinsky Hospital sat on a street called Bozhedomka, Divine Street, though there was little that was divine about the neighbourhood. It occupied the edge of Moscow's charity district, surrounded by cemeteries for the unclaimed poor and open land where the city simply ended. The hospital itself was a large stone building, institutional in every sense, and the Dostoevsky family's apartment was built directly into its wing. There was no separation between the domestic and the medical. The family's private life unfolded within a building dedicated to public suffering. Mikhail Andreevich Dostoevsky, the father, was not what his title of staff physician might suggest. He was not a man of established wealth or inherited standing. His origins lay far from Moscow, in a family of Lithuanian Uniate priests who had served small rural parishes for generations. He had broken from that world entirely, entering military medical service and earning, through years of diligent work during the Napoleonic campaigns, the modest rank that carried with it a claim to hereditary nobility. It was a title that sounded grander than it was. The Dostoevsky family was noble by the narrowest of legal definitions, a bureaucratic classification that placed them technically among the gentry, while leaving them financially indistinguishable from the professional middle class. This gap between title and reality consumed the father. He understood, with the sharpened awareness of a man who had risen from nothing, that the family's position could be lost as easily as it had been gained. Every decision in the household reflected this anxiety. The apartment was kept with rigid order. Meals were taken at fixed hours. The children's education was monitored with obsessive attention. Spending was tracked to the last kopeck. Even leisure was structured. The family read together in the evenings, the father selecting the texts and presiding over the discussions that followed. Fyodor's mother, Maria Fyodorovna, was a different presence entirely. She came from a Moscow merchant family, not wealthy but comfortable, and she brought to the marriage a warmth and a gentleness that served as a counterweight to her husband's severity. She was deeply religious, and it was she who introduced the children to the Orthodox faith, reading them stories from the scriptures and taking them to services at the hospital chapel. The contrast between the parents was stark. The father who governed by control and the mother who governed by affection. Fyodor absorbed both influences, and neither would ever fully release him. The children, there would eventually be 7, grew up in an atmosphere of enforced closeness. The apartment was not large, privacy was scarce, and the hospital beyond the walls was a constant, unignorable presence. The patients who filled the Mariinsky were not abstract figures of charity. They were visible, audible, real. The young Dostoevsky children saw them in the courtyards, heard them through the walls, and understood in the wordless way that children understand such things, that their own comfortable routine existed within arm's reach of a world where comfort had run out entirely. For Fyodor in particular, this proximity produced something that would prove difficult to name but impossible to forget. He did not simply observe the poor from a distance. He grew up among them. The hospital grounds were his playground, its patients, his neighbours. Years later, he would insist, with a conviction that baffled critics who expected great literature to emerge from great privilege, that the inner lives of the poor and the desperate were as rich, as complex, and as worthy of serious attention as those of any aristocrat. That conviction did not come from philosophy. It came from Divine Street. The elder Dostoevsky governed his household with the same anxious discipline he applied to his medical rounds. Every hour accounted for, every kopeck tracked, every deviation from order treated as a threat to the family's precarious standing. It was a home where love and control had become so intertwined that the children could not always tell them apart, and where they learned early that the stability they depended on was not a birthright but a performance, maintained through effort and vigilance and the constant, exhausting suppression of disorder. There were 2 worlds in Fyodor's childhood, and neither was complete without the other. The first was the apartment on Divine Street, where the father's regimen shaped every waking hour. Education was central. The elder Dostoevsky hired tutors for French and mathematics, monitored their progress with the attentiveness of a man who believed that learning was the only reliable engine of social advancement. In the evenings, the family gathered for readings. The father favoured historical works. Karamzin's monumental history of the Russian state was a particular staple, and the children listened as he read aloud, absorbing the rhythms of formal Russian prose long before they could analyse its meaning. But it was the mother who unlocked the door to a different kind of reading. Maria Fyodorovna introduced the children to literature, to Pushkin, to the fairy tales of Russian folklore, and to the Bible, which she read with them as both spiritual instruction and narrative. Fyodor responded to these stories with an intensity that set him apart from his siblings. He did not simply enjoy them, he inhabited them. He memorized passages, reenacted scenes, and argued with his older brother Mikhail about the characters' choices as though they were people who might still be persuaded to act differently. Mikhail, 18 months older, became the essential companion of Fyodor's inner life. The two brothers were inseparable, bound not by the enforced closeness of the household, which they shared with their other siblings, but by a specific and mutual obsession with books. They read together, debated together, and developed between them a private intellectual world that ran parallel to the structured world their father maintained. Where the father treated learning as a tool for advancement, the brothers treated it as an end in itself, a source of pleasure so consuming that it began to function as a quiet rebellion against the utilitarian logic of the household. The second world appeared in summer. Beginning in 1831, when Fyodor was 9, the family began spending the warmer months at a small country estate the father had purchased in the village of Darovoy, about 100 miles southeast of Moscow. The estate was modest, a few acres of land, a simple wooden house, fields and birch forest. But for the Dostoevsky children, raised within the stone walls of the hospital compound, it was a revelation. At Darovoye, Fyodor encountered the Russian peasantry for the first time, not as patients glimpsed in the hospital corridors, but as neighbours. He wandered the fields, listened to the villagers' stories, played with their children. The peasants lived in a world governed by rhythms entirely different from his father's household. Seasonal, oral, communal, shaped by weather and tradition rather than by schedules and ambition. They spoke a Russian rougher and more alive than the careful language of the apartment. They held beliefs that mixed Orthodox Christianity with older, stranger customs that no tutor had ever mentioned. Fyodor was fascinated. Something in the peasants' way of being, their directness, their fatalism, their capacity for both sudden generosity and sudden cruelty, struck him as more real, more honest, than the polished surfaces of the educated world. He could not have articulated this at 9 or 10 years old, but the impression lodged itself deep, and it would surface decades later in his insistence that the Russian peasant possessed a spiritual and psychological depth that the intelligentsia, in their obsession with Western ideas, had entirely failed to recognize. These two worlds, the structured, anxious apartment and the open, unpredictable countryside, gave the young Dostoevsky an experience of contrast that most children of his class never encountered. He learned to move between registers, between languages of feeling, between the formal and the raw. It was an education no school could have provided. In 1837, when Fyodor was 15, the world that had held these two halves together shattered. His mother succumbed to tuberculosis after months of illness that the family had watched with helpless dread, and within weeks of her burial, his father made a decision that would separate the brothers for the first time in their lives. The father's decision was practical, ruthless, and entirely in character. With his wife gone and his own health uncertain, Mikhail Andreevich resolved to secure his son's futures through the only institution he trusted, the military. He enrolled both Fyodor and Mikhail in the main engineering academy in St. Petersburg, one of the most prestigious and demanding schools in the Russian Empire. It was a path that promised a stable career, a respectable income, and the kind of social standing that the elder Dostoevsky had spent his life pursuing. Mikhail was rejected on medical grounds. Fyodor was accepted, and in January of 1838, at the age of 16, he entered the academy alone. The journey from Moscow to St. Petersburg was the first real separation of his life, from his brother, from his surviving parent, off from every familiar structure that had shaped his existence. He arrived in a city that was Moscow's opposite in almost every respect, planned where Moscow was organic, imperial where Moscow was mercantile, cold and geometric where Moscow was warm and chaotic. The academy itself was housed in the vast Mikhailovsky Castle, a fortress-like palace on the banks of the Fontanka River, built by the Emperor Paul I and haunted, the cadets whispered, by his ghost. Paul had been strangled in its corridors by his own officers in 1801, and the building carried the memory of that act in its heavy stone walls and echoing hallways. The curriculum was relentlessly technical. Fortification, drafting, mathematics, physics. subjects that required the precise, orderly mind of an engineer. Dostoevsky was not that kind of mind. He struggled with the coursework, scraped through examinations, and distinguished himself in exactly nothing the Academy valued. His classmates remembered him as withdrawn, intense, and oddly indifferent to the social rituals of cadet life, while they drank, gambled, and pursued the minor rebellions available to young men in uniform. Dostoevsky read. He read with a veracity that alarmed even those who considered themselves serious readers. Gogol's recently published stories, absurd, darkly funny, and laced with a compassion for the insignificant that resonated powerfully with Dostoevsky's own sensibility. Balzac's intricate social panoramas, Hugo's Gothic intensity, Schiller's philosophical dramas, Shakespeare, whom Dostoevsky consumed with particular fervour, finding in the tragedies a scale of psychological ambition that nothing in Russian literature had yet attempted. He read at night, by candlelight, in stolen hours between the Academy's rigid schedule of drills and lectures. The reading was not casual. It was preparation, though for what he could not yet say. While Fyodor laboured through his studies in St. Petersburg, events at Darovoy were taking a darker turn. After his wife's passing, the elder Dostoevsky had retired to the country estate and descended into a pattern of heavy drinking and increasingly harsh treatment of the serfs who worked his land. The details are fragmentary and disputed, but the broad strokes are consistent across multiple accounts. The man who had governed his Moscow household with anxious precision now governed his estate with erratic severity, and the people beneath his authority bore the cost. In June of 1839, Mikhail Andreevich Dostoevsky was found on a road near the estate. He was not alive. The official cause was recorded as apoplexy, a stroke, but almost immediately a different account began to circulate. The serfs on the estate, pushed beyond endurance, had set upon him. No criminal investigation was pursued. The local authorities recorded the death as natural, and the matter was closed. Whether this second account is accurate has never been established with certainty. The evidence is contradictory. Some family members believed it, others insisted on the official version. Scholars have argued the question for generations without resolution. What is beyond dispute is the effect on the 18-year-old son. The father, that anxious, controlling, complicated presence who had shaped every dimension of his childhood, was gone, and the manner of his going was wrapped in a silence that no one seemed willing or able to break. Years later, Dostoevsky would place the question of whether one human being has the right to end another's life at the very centre of his greatest novel. The father's unresolved end became a question the son would spend decades trying to answer, not in courtrooms or investigations, but in fiction, where ambiguity was not a failure of evidence but a condition of truth. Dostoevsky graduated from the Engineering Academy in the autumn of 1843 with the rank of lieutenant and an assignment to the drafting department of the St. Petersburg Engineering Corps. It was a respectable post. It offered security, a path to promotion, and the kind of steady, predictable life his father had spent years trying to engineer for him. He lasted less than a year. By the spring of 1844, Dostoevsky had submitted his resignation. The decision was not impulsive. He had been moving toward it for years, but it was financially catastrophic. A military commission in Tsarist Russia was more than a job. It was a social institution, a guarantee of income and standing that a man of Dostoevsky's uncertain class could not easily replace. His father's estate had been divided among the surviving children, and Fyodor's share was small. He had no patron, no connections in the literary world, and no published work to recommend him. He had nothing in fact except a conviction, ferocious and unshakable, that he could write something that mattered. He moved into a rented apartment on the outskirts of St. Petersburg and began to live on almost nothing. His letters from this period to Mikhail are a mixture of wild enthusiasm and material desperation. He borrowed money from anyone who would lend it, spent his small inheritance within months, and survived on tea, bread, and the occasional meal from a cheap tavern. His rooms were cold. His clothes were wearing through. He was 23 years old and visibly poor in a city where appearances counted for everything. And he was writing. The work consumed him with an intensity that left room for nothing else. He wrote through the night, slept in the early morning hours, and resumed in the afternoon, maintaining a pace that his body could barely sustain. What he was attempting was something he had been turning over in his mind since his years at the academy, a novel that would take the conventions of the sentimental fiction popular in Russia and break them open from inside. He wanted to write about a man so insignificant, so invisible to the world around him, that the very act of telling his story would constitute a kind of protest. Not a political protest. Dostoevsky had no interest in pamphlets or manifestos, but a human one, a declaration that this life, this small, crushed, overlooked life, contained a depth of feeling that deserved the same serious attention that literature lavished on princes and generals. The character he created was Makar Devushkin, a middle-aged copying clerk in a government office, the lowest rung of the St. Petersburg bureaucracy. Devushkin writes letters to a young woman named Varvara, and through those letters, Dostoevsky revealed the full interior landscape of a man whom the social order had rendered essentially invisible. Devushkin is proud and ashamed in the same breath, generous beyond his means and terrified of exposure, desperate for dignity in a world that offers him none. He was a character unlike anything Russian readers had encountered. Not a hero, not a villain, not a type, but a person, rendered with a fullness that made it impossible to look away. By the spring of 1845, the manuscript was finished. Dostoevsky titled it Poor Folk. He had no literary connections, no reputation, and no clear way to reach the critics and editors whose approval could determine a new writer's fate in Russia. He gave the manuscript to a friend and neighbour, a young man named Dmitry Grigorovich who had some acquaintance in the literary world. And then he waited. What happened next would unfold with a speed and intensity that no one involved, not Grigorovich, not the critics who would soon read those pages, and least of all Dostoevsky himself, could have anticipated. Grigorovich did not simply pass the manuscript along. He read it himself, and what he found in those pages kept him awake. He brought it to the poet Nikolai Nekrasov, a young editor with sharp literary instincts and growing influence in the St. Petersburg scene. Nekrasov took the manuscript home, intending to glance at a few pages before bed. He did not sleep that night. Nekrasov read straight through until 4 a.m, then woke Grigorovich and insisted they go to Dostoevsky immediately. The two men arrived at his apartment as dawn was breaking. They found Dostoevsky awake. He had not been sleeping well for weeks, and told him that what he had written was something extraordinary. Nekrasov, barely able to contain himself, took the manuscript the following day to Vissarion Belinsky. This was the decisive moment. Belinsky was not merely a critic. He was the critical authority of Russian literature, a man whose judgment could, in a single published review, elevate a writer from obscurity to national prominence or condemn one to irrelevance. He was passionate, exacting, and feared. He was also at that moment searching. Russian literature was young. Pushkin had died 8 years earlier. Gogol had retreated into religious mysticism. Belinsky was looking for the next voice that could carry Russian fiction forward, and he had been disappointed repeatedly. He read Poor Folk, and then he said a sentence that would follow Dostoevsky for the rest of his life. A new Gogol has appeared. The response was not gradual. It was an explosion. Within weeks, Dostoevsky went from an unknown former engineering officer, living in a cold rented room on borrowed money, to the most discussed young writer in the literary capital of the Russian Empire. Invitations arrived from salons and editorial offices. Established writers sought his company. His name circulated through the drawing rooms of St. Petersburg with the force of a revelation. What had Dostoevsky done to provoke this reaction? The answer lay not in the plot of Poor Folk, which was simple to the point of austerity, but in its method. The novel consisted entirely of letters exchanged between two characters, Makar Devushkin, the aging copying clerk, and Varvara Dobroselova, a young woman of reduced circumstances. There was no omniscient narrator guiding the reader's sympathies. There was no authorial voice explaining what the characters meant or felt. There was only the characters themselves, speaking in their own words, revealing their inner lives through the halting, self-conscious, sometimes contradictory act of writing to another person. This was the revolution. Dostoevsky had taken characters from the lowest levels of Russian urban society, a clerk, a seamstress, people who existed at the margins of literary attention, and given them full psychological interiority, not as objects of pity, not as social types to be catalogued and lamented, but as subjects, thinking, feeling, self-aware human beings whose inner worlds were as layered and as contradictory as those of any aristocratic hero in the European tradition. Belinsky recognised this immediately. What excited him was not sentiment but method. Dostoevsky had demonstrated that the novel could serve as an instrument of radical empathy, a way of making visible the interior lives that social hierarchy had rendered invisible. It was political in the deepest sense, though it never mentioned politics. It argued through the sheer force of its characterization that the boundary between the significant and the insignificant person was a fiction maintained by power, not by nature. Poor Folk was published in January of 1846 to widespread acclaim. Dostoevsky was 24 years old, and he was, by any reasonable measure, the most promising writer in Russia. He handled it badly. The praise went to his head with startling speed. He became boastful, self-important, and socially insufferable. He lectured established writers about their craft. And he compared himself to Gogol in company where modesty was expected. He alienated the very people who had championed him, treating their admiration as confirmation of a greatness he had always privately suspected. Belinsky, who had launched his career with that single transformative sentence, began to express reservations, not about the work, but about the man. Dostoevsky's friends watched with growing alarm as the young writer who had arrived at their doors shaking with gratitude transformed, almost overnight, into someone convinced he had nothing left to learn. Belinsky had crowned him. The literary world had embraced him. At 24, Dostoevsky stood at the threshold of the career he had sacrificed everything to pursue. He had only to keep writing at the level he had begun. Instead, over the next 3 years, he would systematically alienate every ally he had made, produce work that disappointed the very critics who had championed him, and stumble into a conspiracy that would nearly cost him his life. The fall was swift. In January of 1846, the same month Poor Folk appeared to acclaim, Dostoevsky published his second work, a novella called The Double. It told the story of Yakov Golyatkin, a minor government official whose grip on reality begins to dissolve when he encounters a man who appears to be his exact replica. The Double is everything Golyatkin wishes he could be: confident, socially adept, effortlessly charming. And as the story progresses, this second Golyatkin systematically takes over the first one's life, his position, his relationships, his very identity, until the original is left with nothing. Dostoevsky knew he was reaching for something difficult. He was attempting to represent the internal fracture of a human mind through narrative form itself, to make the reader experience psychological disintegration from the inside, without the safety of an objective narrator to explain what was real and what was not. It was an ambition that went far beyond what Poor Folk had attempted, and far beyond what the Russian literary world was prepared to accept. The reviews were harsh. Belinsky, who had expected another work of social compassion, declared The Double a failure, confused, overwrought, and far too long. Other critics were less generous. The literary circles that had recently welcomed Dostoevsky as a genius now whispered that his talent had been a fluke, that Poor Folk had been the accidental product of a narrow gift that its author lacked the discipline to develop. The mockery was made worse by Dostoevsky's own behaviour. His boasting had created enemies eager to celebrate his stumble. The rejection wounded him deeply, but it also revealed something important about the gap between his ambitions and his moment. The Double was not the work of a writer who had lost his way. It was the work of a writer who was moving in a direction his contemporaries could not yet follow. Dostoevsky was groping toward a form of fiction that would not fully emerge in European literature for another half-century, a fiction in which the boundary between external reality and internal perception was deliberately blurred, in which the narrator's reliability was itself a subject of investigation, in which the reader was placed inside a consciousness that might be lying, dreaming, or disintegrating, and was forced to navigate the uncertainty without a guide. This was not recognized in 1846. The Russian literary establishment wanted social realism, fiction that documented the conditions of the poor, and argued implicitly or explicitly for reform. What Dostoevsky was producing, fiction that entered the distorted interior of an unstable mind, looked to them like self-indulgence, an abandonment of the social mission that had made poor folk matter. In the 3 years that followed, Dostoevsky published several more works, White Nights, Netochka Nesvanova, and others, that were received with moderate interest but never with the enthusiasm that had greeted his debut. His literary standing continued to erode. The invitations grew fewer, the salon doors closed. By 1848, Dostoevsky was no longer considered a major figure in Russian letters. He was 27, and he was already being spoken of in the past tense. Rejected by the critics and estranged from the literary world, Dostoevsky did not retreat into safe conventional work. He turned instead towards something far more dangerous than fiction. He began attending meetings of a secret political circle, whose members gathered in locked rooms to discuss the overthrow of the Russian state. The meetings took place on Friday evenings at the apartment of Mikhail Petrushevsky, a minor nobleman and civil servant who lived in a cluttered flat filled with books, pamphlets, and the restless energy of men who believed that Russia was overdue for transformation. The gatherings were small, rarely more than 20 or 30, and the topics ranged widely: utopian socialism, the abolition of serfdom, freedom of the press, the reform of the judicial system. These were ideas that circulated openly in the capitals of Western Europe. In the Russia of Tsar Nicholas I, they were grounds for imprisonment. Nicholas ruled through a system of comprehensive surveillance and rigid censorship that had intensified sharply after the revolutions that swept Europe in 1848. The uprisings in France, Austria, and the German states had terrified the Russian government, which saw in every discussion of reform the seed of revolution. The third section, the Tsar's secret police, operated a vast network of informants, and any gathering that touched on political subjects was liable to attract their attention. Dostoevsky began attending Petrushevsky's Fridays in the spring of 1847. His interest was not ideological in the systematic sense. He had not read deeply in socialist theory, and he would later describe his political convictions during this period as more emotional than intellectual. What drew him was the energy of the discussions, the sense of intellectual freedom, and perhaps the feeling of belonging to something larger than the literary world that had cast him out. Here, at least, his intensity was valued. Here, his willingness to argue and provoke was not a social liability but a contribution. He became an active participant. He spoke passionately against serfdom, which he saw not merely as an economic system, but as a moral abomination that degraded both master and slave. He argued for freedom of speech and for the right of individuals to think and publish without the approval of the censor. And at one meeting, an act that would later be cited as the most damning evidence against him, he read aloud the full text of Belinsky's famous letter to Gogol. The letter was a landmark of Russian radical thought. Written in 1847, shortly before Belinsky's passing, it was a scorching attack on Gogol for his recent turn toward religious conservatism and his defence of the Russian autocracy. Belinsky denounced the Orthodox Church as a prop for tyranny, called for the immediate abolition of serfdom, and demanded fundamental political reform. The letter circulated in handwritten copies through the underground. Possession of it alone was considered a criminal act. Dostoevsky did not merely possess it. He read it aloud in a room full of people, with the passion of a man who believed its every word. He also joined a smaller, more secretive inner circle, organised by Nikolai Speshnev, a charismatic and wealthy radical who had spent time in revolutionary circles abroad. Speshnev's group went further than Petrushevsky's general discussions. They debated the possibility of establishing a clandestine printing press to distribute banned literature. Dostoevsky later described Speshnev as his Mephistopheles, a man whose influence he found impossible to resist, and whose intentions he never fully understood. What none of them knew, not Petrushevsky, not Speshnev, not Dostoevsky, was that a man named Antonelli had been attending the Friday meetings for months. Antonelli was an agent of the third section, and he had been recording the names of every attendee, the substance of every discussion, and the precise words of every incendiary text that was read aloud. His reports went directly to the desk of the Tsar. On the morning of the 23rd of April, 1849, soldiers arrived at the doors of every known member of the Petrushevsky Circle simultaneously, in a coordinated operation that had been planned for weeks. Dostoevsky was seized from his apartment in the early hours before dawn. He was taken under armed escort to the Peter and Paul Fortress, the oldest and most feared prison in the Russian Empire, standing on a narrow island in the Neva River, and locked in a solitary cell. He was 27 years old, and he would not see the open sky again for nearly 8 months. The Peter and Paul Fortress was not merely a prison. It was a statement, a granite declaration of the state's absolute authority over the individual, built into the very geography of St. Petersburg. Its walls rose directly from the water of the Neva, and its prisoners were swallowed into cells that seemed to exist outside time, cut off from the city's noise, its light, its seasons. Dostoevsky's cell was in the Alexievsky Ravelin, the most restricted section of the fortress, reserved for political prisoners considered especially dangerous. The room was small, damp, and lit by a single narrow window set high in the wall, too high to see out of, admitting only a pale, directionless light that made it impossible to tell whether the day outside was bright or overcast. The walls were thick enough to absorb sound. The silence was nearly total. He was permitted no visitors. No correspondence was allowed for the first weeks, and when it was eventually permitted, every letter was read and censored by the investigating commission. He had no news of his brother Mikhail, no knowledge of who else had been arrested, and no sense of what charges he might face. The isolation was designed not to punish a specific act, but to produce a specific psychological state, a condition of dependency, uncertainty, and helplessness in which the prisoner's own mind became the instrument of his suffering. Dostoevsky did not break. He would later tell friends that the months in the fortress were among the strangest and most intensely alive periods of his existence. Cut off from every external stimulus, his inner life did not contract. It expanded. His memory sharpened to a degree he found almost frightening. Scenes from childhood, conversations from years earlier, faces and voices he had not thought of in a decade returned to him with hallucinatory vividness. He composed stories in his head, unable to write them down, holding entire narratives in memory and revising them silently, sentence by sentence in the darkness. This was not mere coping. Something was happening to Dostoevsky in that cell that would alter the course of his creative life. Stripped of every distraction, every social role, every external identity, he was left with nothing but consciousness itself, the raw experience of being a mind trapped in a body, trapped in a room. And he discovered that this raw consciousness, far from being empty, was inexhaustible. It contained more than he had ever suspected, more memory, more desire, more contradiction, more capacity for both hope and despair than any of the characters he had yet created. The investigation, meanwhile, proceeded at the deliberate pace favoured by the Tsarist bureaucracy. A special commission examined the evidence against each of the arrested men. The charges ranged from attending forbidden meetings to possessing banned literature to participating in discussions aimed at undermining the existing order. Dostoevsky was questioned repeatedly about his reading of the Belinsky letter and about his involvement with Speshnev's inner circle. He answered carefully, admitting to the reading, which could not be denied since Antonelli had recorded it, but insisting that his involvement had been intellectual rather than practical, that he had discussed ideas, not planned actions. The commission was not persuaded. After months of deliberation, it reached its conclusions and forwarded them to the Tsar with recommendations for sentencing. The prisoners were told nothing. They waited. In December of 1849, the guards came to Dostoevsky's cell and told him to dress. He and his fellow prisoners were being taken to hear their sentences. They were loaded into closed carriages and driven through the frozen streets of St. Petersburg to Semyonovsky Square. where they found a wooden scaffold erected in the centre of the open ground, a row of tall stakes planted in the snow beside it, and a full company of soldiers standing in formation with rifles at their sides. The morning of the 22nd of December, 1849, was bitterly cold. The temperature had dropped well below freezing overnight, and a pale winter light lay over Semyonovsky Square as the prisoners were led from their carriages. There were 21 of them, and most had not seen one another since the night of their arrest 8 months earlier. They were thin, pale from months without sunlight, and dressed in the light clothing they had been wearing when they were taken. They were assembled on the scaffold. An official stepped forward and began to read aloud from a document. The charges were enumerated: participation in criminal discussions aimed at the overthrow of the existing order, possession and dissemination of banned texts, conspiracy to establish an illegal printing press. Then came the sentence. For each man, the same word: condemnation. The first 3 prisoners were led from the scaffold to the stakes. Hoods were placed over their heads. The soldiers raised their rifles. Dostoevsky stood in the second group next in line. He would later recall the clarity that descended on him in those moments. Not panic, not paralysis, but a strange, almost surgical precision of awareness. He calculated that he had approximately 5 minutes left to live. He decided to divide them into 3 parts. 2 minutes to say farewell to the men standing beside him, 2 minutes for a final private reckoning with his own life, and the remaining time to simply look at the world, at the light on the snow, at the winter sky, at the shapes of the buildings surrounding the square. He carried out this plan. He turned to the man nearest him, Nikolai Speshnev, the same man who had drawn him into the inner circle, and they embraced. Then he stood quietly and looked at the pale sky above St. Petersburg, and thought about how strange it was that in 5 minutes he would know what lay beyond it, or would know nothing at all. The drums began to roll, the soldiers took aim, then a carriage appeared at the edge of the square. An aide-de-camp rode forward carrying a sealed message. The drums stopped. The document was opened and read aloud. The Tsar, in his mercy, had commuted the sentences. The execution was cancelled. The entire ceremony, the reading of charges, the binding of prisoners, the raised rifles, the rolling drums, had been staged from the beginning. Tsar Nicholas I had approved the commutation weeks earlier. The mock execution was designed as a deliberate act of psychological violence, calculated to bring the prisoners to the edge of annihilation and then pull them back, ensuring that they would carry the memory of that threshold for the rest of their lives. One of the prisoners, Nikolai Grigoriev, lost his mind on the scaffold. He never recovered. He was led away in a state of incoherent terror and spent the rest of his life in an institution. The others stood in the snow, unbound, alive, and profoundly altered. Dostoevsky's commuted sentence was 4 years of hard labour in a Siberian penal colony, followed by an indefinite period of compulsory military service. The terms were read aloud, and within hours he was placed in irons. Then heavy chains were fastened around his ankles, the standard restraint for convict transport, and he was loaded onto an open sledge and sent eastward into the Russian winter. The journey to Siberia took weeks. The sledge moved across frozen rivers and through landscapes so vast and empty that the horizons seemed to curve. Dostoevsky later wrote to Mikhail about those days on the road, describing the cold, the silence, and the strange peace that settled over him once the initial shock had passed. He was alive. That single fact, a fact he had not expected to possess after the morning of December 22nd, restructured everything. Years later, he would return to the experience of standing before those rifles again and again in his fiction. In The Idiot, Prince Mishkin describes a man facing execution who is granted a last-minute reprieve, and the passage captures with extraordinary precision the altered perception of time, the way 5 minutes can expand into an eternity when they are believed to be the last 5 minutes that will ever exist. It is one of the most famous passages in all of Dostoevsky's work, and it is drawn directly, unmistakably, from the scaffold at Semyonovsky Square. The rifles were lowered, the ropes were cut. Dostoevsky was alive, but the man who climbed down from that scaffold would never fully return. He was heading east, into chains and silence, and he would not see St. Petersburg again for 10 years. The Omsk penal colony stood on the western edge of Siberia, a fortress of wooden palisades and earthen walls surrounded by the flat, featureless steppe that stretched in every direction without apparent end. Dostoevsky arrived on the 23rd of January 1850 in chains that would not be removed for 4 years. The conditions were designed to strip the prisoner of everything that distinguished him as an individual. Heads were shaved on one side. Clothing was uniform, rough linen in summer, sheepskin in winter, neither adequate for the Siberian climate. The barracks were overcrowded, poorly ventilated, and infested with lice, fleas, and cockroaches. The air inside was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, cheap tobacco, and the fumes from tallow candles. Sleep was difficult. Privacy was non-existent. The prisoners slept on wooden platforms arranged in tiers, pressed together so closely that turning over required the cooperation of the man beside you. The work was hard labour in the literal sense, hauling bricks, breaking alabaster, shoveling snow, turning heavy lathes in the unheated workshops. The hours were long, the pace was enforced by guards who carried birch rods, and the work itself was deliberately pointless in many cases, designed to occupy the body and exhaust the spirit. Dostoevsky, who had never performed sustained physical labour in his life, suffered intensely in the first months. His hands blistered, his back ached, and the chains around his ankles rubbed his skin raw. But the physical hardship, as terrible as it was, proved less significant than the social transformation the prison forced upon him. For the first time in his life, Dostoevsky was living in sustained, inescapable proximity with men from every corner and every stratum of the Russian Empire. Peasants, soldiers, petty thieves, forgers, men convicted of serious offences. These were not the abstract common people that the St. Petersburg intelligentsia discussed in their salons. They were specific individuals with names, histories, and inner lives that defied every assumption Dostoevsky had carried into the prison. He discovered, to his astonishment, that the men he lived among were not the simple, downtrodden figures that liberal intellectuals imagined when they spoke of the people. They were complex, unpredictable, capable of startling cruelty in 1 hour and disarming tenderness in the next. Some told stories of extraordinary richness, and others displayed a pride and self-possession that survived even the degradation of the camp. A few possessed a spiritual depth that Dostoevsky found humbling, a faith held not as doctrine, but as lived experience, carried in the body like a scar. This encounter shattered his earlier intellectual framework. The socialism he had absorbed from the Petrushevsky circle, with its rational schemes for human improvement, its confidence that the right system could produce the right society, now struck him as dangerously naive. The men in the prison did not behave according to rational models. They did not want what the theorists assumed they should want. They were messier, stranger, more resistant to categories than any political theory could accommodate. Dostoevsky began to suspect that the entire project of remaking society according to a rational plan was founded on a fundamental misunderstanding of human nature, and that this misunderstanding, if acted upon, would produce not paradise but something closer to the prison he was living in. The second transformation was spiritual. Among his few permitted possessions was a copy of the New Testament, the only book the prison authorities allowed. He read it repeatedly, slowly, across all 4 years. The faith that his mother had planted in childhood, and that had lain dormant during his years in St. Petersburg, now took root under conditions of extremity. This was not the comfortable faith of a man at ease. It was a faith earned in darkness, held against doubt, maintained not because the world made sense, but precisely because it did not. He would later write that his belief in Christ had passed through a great furnace of doubt, and that this passage was what made it real. When his 4 years of labour ended in 1854, Dostoevsky was not freed. He was transferred to a military garrison on the Kazakh frontier and enrolled as a common soldier, still forbidden to write, still forbidden to publish, still prohibited from returning home. The chains were gone, but exile stretched on without a visible end. The garrison town of Semipalatinsk sat on the Irtysh River, in what is now northeastern Kazakhstan. a frontier posting so remote that the nearest city of any consequence was weeks away by road. Dostoevsky arrived as a private soldier, the lowest rank in the Russian army, assigned to a battalion stationed at the edge of the Empire's reach. He was 32 years old, and he had not written a publishable word in 5 years. Military service in Semipalatinsk was not the grinding brutality of the penal colony, but it carried its own suffocations. The routines were tedious, the company was limited, and the enforced idleness was almost harder to bear than the enforced labour had been. Dostoevsky's mind, sharpened to an unbearable intensity by the years in Omsk, now turned inward with nowhere productive to go. Yes, it was here that the epilepsy declared itself with full force. He had experienced isolated episodes before, possibly as early as his time at the engineering academy, but in Semipalatinsk, the seizures became frequent and unmistakable. They arrived without warning. A sudden, overwhelming sensation of ecstatic clarity, a feeling he described as a moment in which everything seemed to make perfect sense, in which the meaning of existence itself felt accessible, followed immediately by convulsions, loss of consciousness, and hours of exhausted confusion. The aftermath left him drained for days, unable to concentrate, unable to read, struggling to recall words. The condition frightened him, but it also fascinated him. The ecstatic aura that preceded each seizure, that instant of impossible clarity, struck him as something more than a neurological accident. He would later give this experience to Prince Mishkin in The Idiot, describing it as a moment worth an entire lifetime, even if the price was the devastation that followed. Whether this represented genuine mystical insight or merely the firing of a damaged brain was a question Dostoevsky refused to resolve, and his refusal to resolve it became, in itself, a philosophical position. During the years in Semipalatinsk, he married. Maria Dmitrievna Isaeva was a widow living in a nearby town, passionate, volatile, and already showing signs of the tuberculosis that would eventually claim her. The courtship was turbulent. Maria was initially involved with another man, and Dostoevsky pursued her with an intensity that bordered on obsession, writing letters of excruciating emotional transparency that revealed how thoroughly the years of isolation had sharpened his capacity for feeling, while doing nothing to teach him how to manage it. They married in February of 1857. The union was strained from its earliest days. Maria's temperament clashed with Dostoevsky's, and the poverty of their circumstances offered no cushion against the friction. More importantly, he had begun to write again, slowly at first, in secret, and then, as his political rehabilitation gradually advanced and permissions were granted, openly. He wrote short fiction, sketched plans for longer works, and corresponded with Mikhail, who was in St. Petersburg watching the literary world on his brother's behalf. The letters between them during this period are a mixture of creative excitement and agonizing awareness of time lost. Dostoevsky was acutely conscious that the literary world he had once inhabited was gone. Belinsky had died in 1848. Gogol had died in 1852. A new generation of writers, Turgenev, Goncharov, Tolstoy, had risen to prominence in his absence, and none of them were waiting for a forgotten political prisoner to reappear. In December of 1859, 10 years after the morning on Semyonovsky Square, Dostoevsky was finally permitted to return to St. Petersburg. He was 38 years old. He carried with him a wife whose health was failing, a body marked by labour and seizures, and a decade of experience that no other Russian writer of his generation could match or comprehend. Yeah, the city he returned to was not the one he'd left. The Tsar who had staged his execution was gone. Nicholas I had died in 1855. His successor, Alexander II, had already begun the reforms that would culminate in the emancipation of the serfs in 1861. Russia was changing faster than it had in centuries, and Dostoevsky had spent the decade of its transformation locked behind walls. He had one advantage his literary rivals did not possess. He had lived inside a world that none of them could imagine, and he understood, with the certainty of a man who had earned his knowledge in chains, that the theories of human nature on which their fiction rested were built on foundations that could not hold. Dostoevsky did not ease back into literary life. He detonated into it. Within months of his return to St. Petersburg, he and Mikhail launched a new literary journal called Vremya, Time. It was a bold undertaking for two men with limited capital and a readership that had largely forgotten the elder brother's name. But the journal gave Dostoevsky something he had never possessed: editorial control. For the first time, he could publish his own work on his own terms, without submitting to the judgment of critics or the whims of editors who had already demonstrated their capacity to misunderstand him. The first major work he published in Vremya was Notes from the House of the Dead, which began appearing in serial form in 1861. It was presented as the discovered memoirs of a fictional nobleman named Alexander Petrovich Goryanchikov, sentenced to hard labour in Siberia for the killing of his wife, a framing device required by the censors, who would not have permitted a direct autobiographical account of political imprisonment. Behind this thin disguise, every detail was drawn from the 4 years Dostoevsky had spent in the Omsk penal colony. No Russian writer had attempted anything remotely like it. The literature of the prison, such as it existed, consisted largely of sentimental accounts designed to provoke pity, or political tracts arguing for reform. Dostoevsky produced neither. What he created was something far more unsettling, a work that treated convicted men, thieves, forgers, like men who had committed acts of terrible violence, as fully realised human beings whose inner lives resisted every comfortable category the reading public wished to place them in. The prisoners in the House of the Dead are not ennobled by their suffering. They are not simplified by it. They are rendered in all their bewildering complexity, capable of casual brutality in one moment and startling acts of selflessness in the next, nursing private griefs and absurd vanities with equal intensity, displaying a capacity for joy that the conditions of their confinement should have made impossible. One man nurtures a small goat he has somehow acquired, lavishing on the animal a tenderness he shows to no human being. Another performs in the prison's makeshift Christmas theatre with a pride and precision that transforms a crude comedy into something approaching art. A third tells the story of his crime with a detachment so complete that the narrator cannot determine whether the man feels remorse, satisfaction, or nothing at all. The effect on Russian readers was profound. The book forced a confrontation with a reality that polite society preferred to keep invisible. Not just the reality of prison conditions, but the more disturbing reality that the men behind those walls were not a separate species. They were recognisably human, and the boundary between the prisoner and the citizen was far thinner than anyone wished to acknowledge. This was subversive in a way that went deeper than politics. It challenged the fundamental assumption on which the entire system of punishment rested, that the criminal was essentially different from the law-abiding man. Leo Tolstoy, who had published his own early works to considerable acclaim during Dostoevsky's decade of absence, read The House of the Dead and declared it the finest book in all of Russian literature. The praise was not casual. Tolstoy was sparing with admiration and not inclined to generosity toward potential rivals. His endorsement signalled to the literary world that Dostoevsky had not merely returned. He had returned with something new, something no one else could have produced, something that only those years in chains had made possible. Vremya thrived. Its subscriber base grew rapidly, and for the first time in his life, Dostoevsky was earning a steady income from his writing. Mikhail managed the business side with competence, and the journal provided a platform for essays, fiction, and criticism that allowed both brothers to shape the cultural conversation. The partnership was the most productive and stable arrangement Dostoevsky had ever known. The journal was thriving, the acclaim was returning, and the collaboration with Mikhail gave Dostoevsky something he had never had before, a creative foundation he could build upon with confidence. Within 3 years, he would lose all of it. The first blow fell in May of 1863. The Russian Empire was convulsing over the Polish uprising, a violent rebellion against Russian rule that had split public opinion along bitter lines. Vremya published an article by one of its regular contributors, Nikolai Strakov, that attempted to navigate a moderate position between the hardline nationalists who demanded ruthless suppression and the liberals who sympathised with the Polish cause. The article's tone was deliberately measured, almost academic. It did not matter. The censors, operating in an atmosphere of patriotic hysteria, read the piece as insufficiently loyal. Vremya was shut down by imperial decree. No appeal was possible. No hearing was granted. The journal that had taken 2 years to build, the brothers' primary source of income, their editorial platform, their shared purpose, was annihilated by a bureaucratic stroke. Dostoevsky and Mikhail scrambled. They applied for permission to launch a replacement journal and eventually received it. The new publication, called Epoch, began appearing in early 1864, but the damage had been done. Subscribers who had committed to Vremya did not automatically transfer their loyalty. Advertisers were wary. Revenue fell short of costs from the first issue. Epoch was born struggling, and it never recovered. The second blow came in April of 1864. Maria Isaeva, Dostoevsky's first wife, succumbed to tuberculosis in Moscow. The illness had been advancing for years, and the final months had been grim. Maria bedridden, gaunt, coughing through the nights, intended by Dostoevsky's stepdaughter, while Dostoevsky himself moved between Moscow and St. Petersburg, torn between the dying woman and the failing journal. The marriage had been unhappy for most of its duration. Maria's volatile temperament and Dostoevsky's consuming creative obsessions had produced a union defined more by friction than by warmth, and yet her passing shook him. He sat beside her body through the night and wrote in his notebook a passage that has puzzled readers ever since, a dense, almost feverish meditation on the nature of love, self-sacrifice, and the impossibility of truly loving another human being without first overcoming the prison of one's own ego. It reads less like mourning than like a man using the occasion of loss to wrestle with a problem that grief alone could not solve. The third blow was the one that broke him. On the 9th of July, 1864, barely 3 months after Maria's passing, Mikhail collapsed suddenly. The cause was a liver ailment that had gone undiagnosed. He did not recover. Within days, the brother who had been Dostoevsky's closest companion since childhood, his editorial partner, his confidant and his most reliable source of emotional stability, was gone. Fyodor was 42 years old, and for the first time in his life, he was entirely alone. The grief was immense, but the practical consequences were equally devastating. Mikhail had been managing the business side of Epoch, and his management had concealed a truth that now became unavoidable. The journal was deeply in debt. Worse, Mikhail had accumulated personal debts of his own, obligations to printers, paper suppliers, contributors, and various creditors that amounted to a sum Dostoevsky found staggering. When the accounts were finally opened to him, Mikhail's widow and children had no means of support. The contributors who had written for Epoch were owed payment for work already published. Dostoevsky could have walked away. The debts were Mikhail's, not his. Russian law did not compel a brother to assume the financial obligations of a deceased sibling. Friends advised him to let the creditors take their losses and focus on saving himself. He refused. He assumed every debt personally, Mikhail's and the journal's, and pledged to repay them in full. It was a decision driven by love, by loyalty, and by a sense of honour that had no practical basis whatsoever. The amount was enormous. His own income was negligible. Epoch limped on for a few more months, hemorrhaging money, and then ceased publication entirely. Dostoevsky was left with nothing but obligations, to creditors, to Mikhail's family, and to contributors whose trust he refused to betray. This decision would chain him to financial desperation for the next 15 years, and drive him, within months, to sign a publishing contract so predatory that it amounted to intellectual servitude. In the middle of this devastation, between his wife's passing and his brother's, with the journal failing and creditors circling, Dostoevsky published the work that would prove to be the hinge on which his entire career turned. Notes from Underground appeared in the first 2 issues of Epoch in early 1864. It was short, barely a novella, and its initial reception was muted, overshadowed by the journal's own struggles and by the political noise of the moment. Almost no one recognized what they were reading. It would take decades for the literary and philosophical world to understand that this small, strange, angry work was one of the most consequential pieces of fiction ever committed to paper. The narrator is never named. He is known only as the Underground Man, a retired civil servant living in a squalid apartment in St. Petersburg, writing what he calls his notes to an imagined audience he simultaneously courts and despises. He's 40 years old, bitter, physically unwell, and consumed by a self-awareness so acute that it has become a kind of paralysis. He cannot act because he can see through every possible action. He cannot love because he can analyze every impulse until it disintegrates. He cannot even hate cleanly because his hatred always curves back upon itself, revealing his own complicity in the conditions he despises. The work is divided into two parts. The first is a philosophical monologue, a sustained, often ranting argument against the idea that human beings are fundamentally rational creatures who, as given the right information and the right conditions, will inevitably choose what is good for them. This was not an abstract position. It was a direct assault on the intellectual consensus of the Russian 1860s. The dominant thinkers of Dostoevsky's generation, the radical critic Nikolai Chernyshevsky foremost among them, had embraced a materialist philosophy that held human behaviour to be entirely determined by environment and self-interest. Reform the conditions, they argued, and you reform the man. Build the right society, rational, equitable, scientifically organised, and human suffering would be eliminated as surely as a disease is eliminated by the correct treatment. Chernyshevsky's novel, What is to be Done, published in 1863, Ilham had laid out this vision with programmatic confidence and become a sensation among the radical youth. Dostoevsky read it with something approaching horror, not because he opposed reform, but because he believed the premise was catastrophically wrong. The underground man is his answer. In his monologue, the narrator argues, with a logic that is itself deliberately irrational, circling and contradicting and undermining its own conclusions, that human beings do not want what is good for them, that they will choose suffering over comfort, chaos over order, destruction over happiness, for no reason other than to prove that they are free, that a man placed in a perfect, rationally organised society, the crystal palace of Chernyshevsky's imagination, would smash the windows out of sheer spite, simply to assert that he is not a piano key being played by the laws of nature. What man wants, the underground man declares, is simply independent choice, whatever that independence may cost and wherever it may lead. The second part of the novella dramatises this philosophy through narrative. It follows the underground man through two episodes from his younger days, a humiliating encounter with a military officer and a disastrous attempt to connect with a young woman named Lisa, a sex worker whom he briefly reaches with genuine emotion, before his own pathological self-consciousness destroys the possibility of authentic contact. The cruelty of his behaviour toward Liza is made all the more devastating by the reader's awareness that the underground man understands exactly what he is doing and is incapable of stopping himself. His intelligence has become a prison, and his freedom, the very freedom he insists upon, manifests only as the freedom to cause and to suffer pain. The work bewildered its initial readers. The radical press dismissed it as reactionary. The conservative press found it distasteful. Neither recognized that Dostoevsky had opened a door that would not be closed. The questions the underground man raised about the limits of reason, the perversity of human will, the impossibility of constructing a rational paradise from irrational material, would become the foundational questions of an entire philosophical tradition that did not yet have a name. When Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Heidegger, Sartre and Camus later built the edifice that would be called existentialism, they were building on ground that Dostoevsky had broken first, and Notes from Underground had laid the philosophical foundation for everything Dostoevsky would write afterward. But philosophical foundations do not pay debts. By 1865, his creditors were closing in, and Dostoevsky, desperate for an advance, signed a contract with a publisher named Stelovsky that contained a clause so predatory it amounted to intellectual servitude. Fyodor Timofeyevich Stelovsky was not a patron of literature. He was a speculator, a publisher who made his fortune not by nurturing talent, but by exploiting desperation. He specialized in acquiring the rights to works by authors in financial distress, purchasing manuscripts at fractions of their market value, and extracting contractual terms that no writer with alternatives would accept. In the summer of 1865, Dostoevsky had no alternatives. The debts from Mikhail's estate, from the collapsed journal, and from his own accumulated obligations had reached a point where creditors were threatening legal action. Imprisonment for debt remained a possibility under Russian law, and Dostoevsky faced the real prospect of being locked away again. Not for political crimes this time, but for unpaid bills. He needed money immediately, and Stelovsky was the only man willing to provide it. The terms of the contract were straightforward in their cruelty. Stelovsky offered 3,000 rubles, a sum that would satisfy the most pressing creditors, in exchange for the right to publish a collected edition of Dostoevsky's existing works. This alone would have been a steep price, but the contract included an additional clause that transformed a difficult bargain into a trap. If Dostoevsky failed to deliver a new, previously unpublished novel of at least 10 printer's sheets by the 1st of November, 1866, Stelovsky would acquire the exclusive rights to all of Dostoevsky's future literary output for a period of 9 years. Every novel, every story, every essay Dostoevsky wrote for nearly a decade would belong to Stelovsky, who would be under no obligation to pay anything beyond the original 3,000 rubles. The clause was not an afterthought. It was the point. Stelovsky was betting that Dostoevsky, already consumed by the writing of another major work, could not possibly produce a second novel in time. The contract was designed to fail. Dostoevsky signed it anyway. He took the money, paid the most dangerous creditors, and turned his attention to the massive novel that was already consuming his days, a work he had been planning and drafting for months. A psychological study of a young man in St. Petersburg who convinces himself that he has the moral right to commit an extraordinary act. The novel was Crime and Punishment, and it was demanding every ounce of creative energy he possessed. The months passed. Crime and Punishment progressed in serial installments through the journal Ruski Vestnik, the Russian Messenger, but the Stelovsky novel remained unwritten. Dostoevsky had not produced a single page. He had not even settled on a subject. By the end of September 1866, with barely a month remaining before the deadline, the situation had become desperate in a way that his friends found almost comical in its extremity. The greatest living Russian novelist was about to lose control of his entire future output because he could not find the time to write a short book. His friend Alexander Milyakov urged him to try a method Dostoevsky had never used. Instead of writing in longhand, in the laborious revise-as-you-go process that had produced all his previous works, he should dictate the novel to a stenographer, someone who could transcribe his spoken words at the speed of thought. The idea was alien to Dostoevsky's creative temperament, but the calendar left no room for temperament. Milyukov contacted the St. Petersburg School of Stenography and asked for their finest student. The school sent a 20-year-old woman named Anna Grigorievna Snitkina. She arrived at Dostoevsky's apartment on the 4th of October, 1866. She found a man of 44, dishevelled, distracted, prone to fits of irritability, and visibly haunted by the conviction that he was about to lose everything he had ever written. He paced the room as he spoke, struggled to begin, and interrupted himself constantly with apologies and digressions. Anna sat quietly, took her notes in shorthand and waited. She had 26 days to help him produce an entire novel from nothing. Neither of them could have known that this desperate arrangement would reshape both of their lives entirely. The novel came out of him in a torrent. Once Dostoevsky overcame the strangeness of speaking a novel rather than writing one, the method unlocked a creative fluency he had never experienced. He paced the room, dictating scenes and dialogue, pausing to think, resuming mid-sentence, and Anna, calm, quick, and astonishingly accurate, captured it all in her shorthand notebooks. Each evening she transcribed the day's dictation into clean manuscript pages. Each morning Dostoevsky revised them and continued forward. The novel he dictated was called The Gambler, and it drew directly on an experience he had never written about publicly, his own catastrophic addiction to roulette. 3 years earlier, in the summer of 1863, Dostoevsky had travelled to Western Europe, partly for his health, and partly to visit his lover Apollinaria Suslova in Paris, and had stopped in Wiesbaden, where the casinos drew visitors from across the continent. He sat down at the roulette table intending to play modestly, and walked away having lost everything. He borrowed money and lost that too. He pawned his watch. He wrote desperate letters to friends begging for funds to cover his hotel bill. He experienced the full arc of the gambler's delusion, the initial thrill, the mounting losses, the irrational conviction that the next spin would reverse everything, and the final sickening recognition that it would not. The gambler channels this experience into the story of Alexei Ivanovich, a young tutor employed by a Russian general living abroad who becomes consumed by roulette. The novel is not a cautionary tale in the conventional sense. Dostoevsky was too honest for that. What he produced instead was an anatomy of compulsion itself, a precise and unflinching account of how an intelligent mind can observe its own destruction and continue toward it. Not because it lacks understanding, but because understanding is irrelevant. Alexei knows he's being ruined. The knowledge changes nothing. The compulsion operates beneath reason, in a stratum of the self that rational analysis cannot reach. This insight, that human beings are driven by forces deeper and more powerful than their capacity to comprehend them, was not new to Dostoevsky's fiction. But the gambler rendered it with a directness that his other works had not attempted. The novel is lean, fast, and almost uncomfortably intimate. It reads like a confession written at gunpoint, which in a sense it was. They finished on the 29th of October, 3 days before the deadline. Dostoevsky rushed the manuscript to Stellovsky's office, only to find it closed and the publisher conveniently unavailable. It was Anna who recognised what was happening. Stellovsky was deliberately making himself impossible to reach, hoping the deadline would expire before the manuscript could be officially delivered. Anna took the pages to the local police precinct and had them register the delivery with a dated receipt, creating a legal record that the deadline had been met. Stellovsky had no choice but to accept the novel. The contract was satisfied. Dostoevsky retained control of his future work, and in the process of producing The Gambler under impossible pressure, something had shifted. Anna Snitkina was not what Dostoevsky had expected. She was young, 20 years old to his 45, and from a stable, middle-class St. Petersburg family. She was educated, practical, and possessed a quiet competence that Dostoevsky found both unfamiliar and disorienting. She did not flatter him. She did not dramatize. She simply did what needed doing, transcribed accurately, organized efficiently, and handled the Stellovsky crisis with a coolness that would have been remarkable in someone twice her age. Dostoevsky, a man whose romantic history had been defined by turbulence, the volatile Maria, the tempestuous Suslova, found himself drawn to a quality he had never before encountered in a woman close to him: reliability. He proposed in February of 1867, and Anna accepted. He, fully aware of the debts, the epilepsy, and the creative obsessions that came with the man. They married in February 1867, and almost immediately fled Russia, driven abroad by the relentless pressure of creditors. They planned to stay in Europe for 3 months. They would not return for over 4 years. 4 years during which Dostoevsky would produce his most ambitious work yet, while simultaneously feeding every ruble he earned to the roulette tables of Baden-Baden and Dresden. While Anna transcribed The Gambler in that frantic October, Dostoevsky had been simultaneously publishing the novel that would make his name permanent. Crime and Punishment had been appearing in serial installments throughout 1866 in the pages of Ruski Vestnik, and with each new chapter the response grew more intense. The novel follows Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, a former university student living in a garret in St. Petersburg, a room so small and so low-ceilinged that Dostoevsky describes it as resembling a coffin. Raskolnikov is penniless, proud, and consumed by an idea. He has convinced himself, through a chain of reasoning he considers irrefutable, that humanity is divided into two categories: ordinary people, who are bound by moral law, and extraordinary people, the Napoleons, the Caesars, who stand above it. An extraordinary man, Raskolnikov argues, has the right to transgress conventional morality if his actions serve a greater purpose. He is not a criminal, he is a legislator of new values. To test this theory, he commits an act of terrible violence against an elderly pawnbroker, a woman he considers parasitic, worthless, a drain on society whose removal would constitute a net good. He plans it carefully, he executes it with cold deliberation. And then, in the hours and days that follow, his theory collapses. What makes crime and punishment revolutionary is not the act itself, but the psychological unravelling that follows it. Dostoevsky places the reader inside Raskolnikov's mind with a sustained claustrophobic intensity that no novelist had previously achieved. We experience his paranoia as he experiences it, the fever, the disorientation, the mounting conviction that everyone around him knows what he has done. We watch his theory disintegrate not under the pressure of external evidence, but under the pressure of his own conscience, a force he had not accounted for in his rational calculus. The extraordinary man discovers that he is, after all, an ordinary one, and that the moral law he believed himself to have transcended is not an external constraint but an internal reality, as much a part of him as his heartbeat. The novel achieves its power through a method Dostoevsky had been developing since The Double, the sustained inhabitation of a consciousness in crisis. Where The Double had attempted this with a protagonist whose unreliability confused readers, Crime and Punishment calibrated the technique with surgical precision. Raskolnikov is unreliable, but his unreliability is legible. The reader can see what he cannot, that his grand theory is a mask for wounded pride, that his claim to moral exceptionalism is the desperate invention of a young man whose poverty has become unbearable, and whose ego cannot tolerate the explanation that his suffering is simply the result of circumstance. Surrounding Raskolnikov, Dostoevsky constructed a cast of characters whose interactions with the protagonist create a kind of moral orchestra, each voice representing a different response to the same questions of guilt, freedom, and responsibility. The detective Porfiry Petrovich, who suspects Raskolnikov and engages him in conversations that are simultaneously philosophical debates and cat-and-mouse games. The drunkard Marmeladov, whose confession of his own degradation is rendered with such compassion that it becomes, paradoxically, a moment of dignity. And Sonia, Marmeladov's daughter, a young woman forced into prostitution by poverty, who embodies the novel's counter-argument, the possibility of redemption through suffering and the acceptance of guilt. The structure of the novel was as innovative as its psychology. Dostoevsky abandoned the omniscient narration that dominated Russian fiction and adopted what would later be called free indirect discourse, a technique in which the narrator's voice and the character's consciousness merge, so that the reader is never entirely certain whether a given observation belongs to Raskolnikov or to the author describing him. This blurring was deliberate. It forced the reader into an experience of moral ambiguity that no amount of authorial commentary could have produced. Crime and Punishment was an immediate sensation. Russian readers, accustomed to the expansive social panoramas of Turgenev and Tolstoy, encountered a novel that operated on an entirely different principle. Not breadth, but depth. Not the world observed from above, but a single mind examined from within. The novel restored Dostoevsky to the first rank of Russian writers. More than restored him, it placed him in a category that had no other occupant. And yet the man who had written with such devastating clarity about the consequences of moral delusion remained, in his own daily existence, entirely in the grip of one. Every ruble Crime and Punishment earned was funneled to the roulette tables. The compulsion that his fiction diagnosed with merciless precision his life could not cure. The 4 years abroad were a sustained crisis punctuated by moments of creative brilliance. Dostoevsky and Anna left Russia in April of 1867, immediately after their wedding, driven out not by political persecution, but by the simple mathematics of debt. His creditors had grown aggressive enough that remaining in St. Petersburg risked arrest. Europe was meant to be a temporary refuge, a few months to write and earn enough to settle the most dangerous obligations. Instead, it became an exile of a different kind. They moved restlessly from city to city, Dresden, Baden-Baden, Geneva, Vevey, Milan, Florence, never staying long, always chased by the same pattern. Dostoevsky would receive an advance from Ruski Vestnik for the novel he was working on, and within days of the money arriving, he would be at the nearest casino. The scenes that followed were grimly repetitive. He would lose everything. He would return to their rented rooms and confess to Anna. He would weep, beg her forgiveness, swear that this was the last time. Anna would pawn her wedding ring, her earrings, whatever remained. They would scrape together enough for rent and food. The advance would be gone, and weeks later, when the next instalment payment arrived, the cycle would repeat. Anna endured this with a composure that defies easy explanation. She was 20 years old when they married, 21 when the worst of the gambling took hold, and she managed the household finances with the understanding that a significant portion of any income would be destroyed within hours of its arrival. She did not rage. She did not issue ultimatums. She kept meticulous accounts, arranged their movements according to the cheapest available lodgings, and maintained the domestic infrastructure that allowed Dostoevsky to work between disasters. Her diaries from this period are remarkable documents, clear-eyed, practical, and almost entirely free of self-pity. In Geneva, in March of 1868, Anna gave birth to their first child, a daughter they named Sonia, after the redemptive heroine of crime and punishment. The baby was healthy, and Dostoevsky was overwhelmed with a tenderness his friends had never seen in him. He wrote to his niece that he had not known such happiness was possible. Sonia lived for 3 months. In May, she developed pneumonia. The Swiss doctors could do nothing. She died on the 24th of May, and Dostoevsky's grief was so violent that Anna feared for his sanity. He kissed the child's face for hours, refusing to let the body be taken. He later wrote that the loss had broken something in him that would never mend, that no amount of future happiness could compensate for the specific, unrepeatable existence that had been extinguished. It was during these years of cycling between grief, gambling, and grinding poverty that Dostoevsky wrote The Idiot. The novel attempted something no other writer had dared, the creation of a genuinely good human being as a protagonist. Prince Lev Nikolaevich Mishkin arrives in St. Petersburg from a Swiss sanatorium where he's been treated for epilepsy. Dostoevsky gave him his own condition, including the ecstatic aura before each seizure, and enters a society defined by greed, manipulation, and emotional violence. Mishkin is not naive. He perceives the corruption around him with perfect clarity, but his response to it is not judgment or withdrawal. It is compassion, an open, defenseless empathy that leaves him perpetually vulnerable. The novel traces what happens when this compassion meets the actual world. Mishkin is destroyed, not by evil in any simple sense, but by the inability of the people around him to tolerate a goodness they cannot control or comprehend. The Idiot remains the most structurally uneven of Dostoevsky's major novels. He composed it in fragments, dictating to Anna between seizures and gambling binges, and he knew that the execution fell short of the conception. He called it a beautiful failure. The gambling ended in April of 1871 in Wiesbaden. The details of the final session are known only through Anna's account. Dostoevsky lost their last money, walked back to their lodgings, and fell to his knees. He told Anna that something had changed, that the compulsion had left him, that he could feel its absence as distinctly as he had once felt its grip. He never placed another bet. Anna believed him immediately, and he never gave her reason to doubt it. The gambling was over. The European exile was ending. Dostoevsky and Anna returned to Russia in the summer of 1871 with almost nothing. but for the first time in years, the money that came in would stay. What Dostoevsky did not yet know was that the decade ahead would produce not only his greatest fiction, but a single novel that would be called by many the greatest ever written. The novel Dostoevsky brought back from Europe was a reckoning with the world that had nearly claimed him 30 years earlier. Demons, published in serial form in 1871 and 72, was inspired by a real case that had shaken Russia. In November of 1869, a young revolutionary named Sergei Nechayev had ordered the killing of a member of his own conspiratorial cell, a student named Ivan Ivanov, who had questioned Nechayev's authority. The body was found in a pond on the grounds of the Petrovskaya Agricultural Academy in Moscow, weighted with bricks. The investigation revealed an organization built on deception, manipulation, and the deliberate cultivation of fanaticism, a cell in which loyalty was enforced not through shared conviction, but through shared complicity in acts of violence. Dostoevsky read the news reports with a recognition that went deeper than journalistic interest. He had been a member of a conspiratorial circle himself. He had stood in rooms where revolution was discussed as a practical possibility. He had been drawn into the orbit of Speshnev, his own charismatic radical, and had felt the seductive pull of belonging to a cause that placed itself above ordinary moral constraints. The difference between himself and Nechayev was, in his view, not one of character but of circumstance. The same ideological impulse, pushed further and freed from restraint, had produced murder. Demons is not a realistic portrayal of the revolutionary movement. It is a philosophical anatomy of it, a savage, often darkly comic examination of what happens when a group of intelligent, educated men convince themselves that the destruction of the existing order is not merely justified but morally required, and that any act committed in service of that destruction is therefore permissible. The novel's central figure is Nikolai Stavrogin, a man of extraordinary charisma and absolute inner emptiness, a character who inspires devotion in everyone around him, while believing in nothing himself. Around Stavrogin, Dostoevsky assembles a cast of revolutionaries, each representing a different species of the radical temperament. Pyotr Verkhovensky, modelled loosely on Nechayev, is the organizer, cynical, manipulative, willing to sacrifice anyone for the movement's advancement. Shigalyov, the theorist, presents a system for the perfect society that begins with the premise of unlimited freedom and concludes, through rigorous logic, with the necessity of unlimited despotism. Kirillov, the philosopher, pursues the logical endpoint of atheism to its most terrifying conclusion, that if God does not exist, then man himself must become God, and the ultimate act of freedom is the assertion of absolute will through self-destruction. What made the novel prophetic was not the specifics of its plot, but the precision of its philosophical diagnosis. Dostoevsky argued that the revolutionary impulse, divorced from any spiritual or moral foundation, would inevitably devour itself. A movement built on the premise that the end justifies the means would find that the means become the end, that the violence, the deception, and the suppression of individual conscience required to seize power would not be temporary measures discarded once utopia was achieved, but permanent features of the system that power created. The Russian radical intelligentsia reacted with fury. The progressive critics who had once celebrated poor folk now accused Dostoevsky of betraying the cause of reform, of slandering an entire generation of idealists, of serving as a propagandist for the autocracy. Conservatives, meanwhile, embraced the novel as confirmation of their own warnings about the revolutionary threat. Dostoevsky insisted that both sides misread him. He was not defending the existing order. He was warning that the proposed replacement would be worse, that a revolution built on materialism and the denial of the human soul would produce not liberation, but a new and more thorough form of tyranny. The warning was ignored. It would take another 45 years, and the arrival of the catastrophe he described, for the full force of his argument to become visible. Dostoevsky had diagnosed the pathology with a precision that would only become clear decades later, when the revolution arrived in Russia and proceeded to fulfill his predictions with a fidelity that stunned even those who had read him closely. But he was not finished. His philosophical argument had one more stage, the most ambitious, the most personal, and the most difficult work he would ever attempt. Between the completion of Demons and the beginning of his final masterpiece, Dostoevsky undertook something no Russian writer had attempted before. He became, in effect, a one-man periodical. The Diary of a Writer appeared in monthly installments from 1873, first as a column within the conservative journal Grajdanin, The Citizen, and then, from 1876 to 1877, as an independent publication written, edited and distributed entirely by Dostoevsky himself. Each issue contained a mixture of essays, short stories, literary criticism, courtroom commentary, political analysis, and philosophical reflection, all produced by a single mind, all bearing the stamp of a single intensely personal voice. The effect was immediate and extraordinary. Within a year, yet the diary had made Dostoevsky the most widely read commentator in Russia. Readers responded not as they responded to conventional journalism, at a distance, critically, but personally, intimately, as though Dostoevsky were writing directly to each of them. Letters poured in from across the empire. Students wrote to ask his opinion on questions of ethics and faith. Mothers wrote about their children. Provincial magistrates sought his views on specific legal cases. Peasants dictated letters through literate neighbours. For a period of several years, Dostoevsky occupied a position in Russian cultural life that had no precedent and has had no equivalent since. He was simultaneously the country's greatest novelist and its most influential public thinker, speaking to an audience that ranged from the imperial court to the village schoolhouse. The diary's power lay in its willingness to move freely between the abstract and the concrete, the philosophical and the journalistic. In one issue, Dostoevsky might analyse a sensational trial, examining the psychology of the defendant, the motivations of the jury, the deeper social forces that had produced the crime, and in the next he would pivot to a meditation on the nature of beauty, the meaning of Russian history, or the relationship between faith and doubt. He embedded short fiction within the essayistic framework, producing stories that rank among his finest in any form. The Dream of a Ridiculous Man, published in April 1877, it follows a suicidal man who dreams of a perfect world and watches it corrupted by his own presence. A parable that condenses the entire philosophical argument of Demons into 15 pages. But the diary also exposed the aspects of Dostoevsky's thinking that are most difficult to reconcile with the universalism of his fiction. His commitment to Russian orthodoxy as the spiritual foundation of national identity led him, at times, to statements about other faiths and other peoples that were exclusionary in ways that troubled even his closest allies. His essays on the Eastern question, the political crisis involving the Ottoman Empire and the Balkan Slavic populations, combined genuine compassion for the suffering of Christian communities with a nationalism that reduced complex geopolitical realities to a contest between orthodox righteousness and foreign corruption. His writings on Jewish communities in Russia contained passages that moved beyond political criticism into territory that cannot be defended as mere cultural commentary. These are not minor blemishes on an otherwise unblemished record. They represent a genuine tension within Dostoevsky's thought, a contradiction between the novelist, who insisted on the infinite worth and irreducible complexity of every individual human soul, and the polemicist who was capable, in certain moods and on certain subjects, of collapsing that complexity into categories of belonging and exclusion. The same man who created The Underground Man, literature's most devastating portrait of how rational systems distort the individual, could, in his political writing, impose his own distorting systems on groups of people he had never met. The diary did not resolve this tension. It amplified it. Dostoevsky was aware of the contradiction. References in his notebook suggest he wrestled with it privately, but he never found a way to reconcile the universalism of his art with the particularism of his politics. That unresolved tension was not merely a flaw in his character. It was the very tension he was about to place at the centre of the last and greatest work of his life. While Dostoevsky's public reputation grew, an equally consequential transformation was underway in the household behind it, and the architect was not the famous writer, but the woman who had entered his life as a stenographer with 26 days to save his career. By the mid-1870s, Anna Grigorievna Dostoevskaya had evolved into something Russian literary culture had never produced. A professional author's manager who operated with the strategic acumen of a publisher and the financial discipline of a banker. She'd observed during their years abroad the pattern that had defined Dostoevsky's entire professional life: the exploitative contracts, the predatory advances, the publishers who grew wealthy from his work while he remained mired in debt. She resolved to break the pattern, and she did so with a methodical thoroughness that Dostoevsky himself could never have mustered. Her first act was to take complete control of the household finances. She managed every incoming ruble, allocated funds for rent, food, and the children's needs, and maintained a strict accounting system that prevented the kind of impulsive spending directed at creditors, at gambling, at ill-considered loans to acquaintances, that had kept Dostoevsky poor despite his growing fame. The gambling had ended, but the habits of financial chaos persisted, and Anna dismantled them one by one. Her second and more radical act was to bypass the publishing establishment entirely. She studied the economics of the Russian book trade and concluded that Dostoevsky was losing a ruinous percentage of his earnings to middlemen, publishers who acquired his manuscripts at fixed prices and then profited from every subsequent printing. Anna decided to publish his works herself. She purchased paper wholesale, negotiated directly with printers, organised distribution to bookshops in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and sold copies by mail order from their apartment, handling the correspondence personally. The results were transformative. For the first time in Dostoevsky's career, the profits from his published work flowed directly to his household, rather than being siphoned away by intermediaries. As the debts that had haunted him since Mikhail's passing, obligations he'd assumed voluntarily and carried for over a decade, were gradually systematically eliminated. Anna's account books from this period show the debts diminishing year by year, each payment recorded in her careful hand, until the final balance was cleared. Her system was so effective that it would later be studied by Russian publishing historians as an early and remarkably sophisticated model of author self-publishing, a practice that would not become common in Western literary culture for another century. But Anna's contribution extended beyond finance. She created the domestic conditions that made sustained creative work possible. Dostoevsky wrote at night, typically beginning around midnight and continuing until 5 or 6 in the morning, consuming strong tea and cigarettes, pacing the room between passages, occasionally calling Anna in to test a sentence or a scene. She transcribed his manuscripts from dictation, prepared clean copies for the printer, managed his correspondence with editors and readers, and shielded him from the daily disruptions that had derailed his concentration throughout his earlier career. Their household had stabilized into something that neither of them had known before. Their children, Lyubov, born in 1869, Fyodor, born in 1871, and Alexei, born in 1875, grew up in an atmosphere of warmth and modest comfort that contrasted sharply with the chaotic years abroad. Dostoevsky, who had spent most of his adult life oscillating between creative frenzy and financial catastrophe, found himself, in his mid-50s, with a stable home, a reliable income, and a partner whose competence freed him from every practical burden, except the one that mattered, the writing itself. With Anna managing the household, the finances, and the publishing, Dostoevsky possessed something he had never held in his adult life: uninterrupted time to write. He was 57 years old, his health was declining, and he understood that he had one great work remaining in him, a novel that would contain everything he had ever thought, suffered, and believed. He called it The Brothers Karamazov, and he sensed that it might also be the last thing he would ever write. The brothers Karamazov began appearing in the pages of Ruski Vestnik in January of 1879. It would continue in monthly installments for nearly 2 years, and with each successive chapter, the sense grew among its readers that they were witnessing something unprecedented. Not merely a great novel, but an attempt to contain within a single narrative the full scope of the questions that had consumed Dostoevsky's life. The novel is built around the Karamazov family, a father and his 3 legitimate sons, each representing a distinct orientation toward existence. The father, Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, is a grotesque figure, a drunkard, a sensualist, a man of limitless appetite and no discernible conscience, who treats his sons with a combination of mockery and neglect. He is repellent, and Dostoevsky makes no effort to redeem him. He exists as a provocation, a man whose very being poses the question of whether some lives are worth less than others, and whether the world would be improved by their removal. The eldest son, Dmitri, is a man of passionate appetites and ungoverned emotion, generous, reckless, capable of both tenderness and fury, driven by desires he cannot control, and a sense of honour he cannot articulate. He's his father's son in temperament, and the recognition horrifies him. The youngest, Alyosha, is a novice at the local monastery, gentle, attentive, possessed of a faith so natural that it seems less like a theological position than a way of breathing. He is Dostoevsky's attempt to place a genuinely good man at the centre of a novel without simplifying or sentimentalizing him. And then there is Ivan. Ivan Fyodorovich Karamazov is an intellectual, brilliant, tormented and consumed by a question he cannot resolve. He does not deny the existence of God. He denies the acceptability of God's world. In a scene that would become the most debated passage in all of Dostoevsky's fiction, and one of the most analysed texts in the history of Western thought, Ivan sits across from Alyosha in a tavern and presents his case. He begins not with philosophy, but with evidence. He describes, in precise and unbearable detail, documented cases of cruelty inflicted upon children, not invented scenarios, but real incidents drawn from Russian newspapers and court records. A 5-year-old girl locked in a freezing outhouse through the night by her parents. A child beaten with a switch while being forced to beg for mercy in words she does not yet fully understand. A boy torn apart by hunting dogs before his mother's eyes on the orders of a landowner because the child had accidentally injured one of the dogs with a thrown stone. Ivan does not present these horrors to shock. He presents them as evidence in an argument. If God exists, he says, and if God has created a world in which the suffering of innocent children is possible, not as an accident but as a feature of the design, then the price of the divine plan is too high. No future harmony, no heavenly resolution, no ultimate justice can retroactively justify the tears of a single tortured child. It's not God that I don't accept, Ivan tells Alyosha. It's the world he created. I don't accept it. This argument is devastating not because it is original. The problem of evil is as old as theology itself, but because of the context in which Dostoevsky places it. Ivan is not a crude atheist or a shallow materialist. He is the most intelligent character in the novel, and his objection comes not from indifference but from moral anguish. He suffers because the world is unjust, and his suffering is the engine of his rejection. Ivan then tells Alyosha a parable, a story within the story, that has come to be known as the legend of the Grand Inquisitor. In it, Christ returns to earth during the Spanish Inquisition. He appears in Seville, performs miracles, and is immediately arrested by the Grand Inquisitor, a 90-year-old cardinal who recognizes him at once. That night, the Inquisitor visits Christ in his cell and delivers a monologue that constitutes the philosophical heart of the novel. The Inquisitor tells Christ that the Church has corrected his work. Christ offered humanity freedom, the terrible, unendurable freedom to choose between good and evil without certainty, without proof, without guarantee. The Inquisitor argues that this gift was cruel. Human beings do not want freedom. They want bread, miracles, and authority, certainty, comfort, and submission. The Church has mercifully taken freedom away, replacing it with the structures that human weakness demands. Christ listens in silence. When the Inquisitor finishes, Christ responds, not with words, but with a kiss on the old man's lips. The Inquisitor opens the cell door and tells Christ to leave, to never return. Dostoevsky, a man of deep and embattled faith, deliberately gave the most powerful argument in the novel to the unbeliever. He constructed Ivan's case with such force that generations of readers have concluded that Dostoevsky himself was secretly on Ivan's side, that the Grand Inquisitor represents not the position he opposed but the one he feared was true. Dostoevsky gave the atheist the strongest argument he could construct, and then set out to answer it, not through logic, not through counter-argument, but through the accumulated weight of lived human experience distributed across the entirety of the novel. The answer would come not from the intellect of Ivan, but from the youngest brother, Alyosha, and from the smallest, most overlooked members of the community Dostoevsky placed around him. Dostoevsky's answer to the Grand Inquisitor does not arrive as a single scene or a decisive philosophical counterstroke. It is distributed across the novel's remaining 700 pages, embedded in scenes and characters and moments of quietly devastating grace that accumulate into a response more powerful than any argument could be. The vehicle for this response is primarily the elder Zosima, Alyosha's spiritual mentor at the monastery, a figure modelled in part on the monks Dostoevsky had encountered during visits to the Optina Pustin monastery, and in part on an ideal that Dostoevsky had carried within him since the Siberian prison camp. Zosima does not refute Ivan's logic. He does not attempt to explain why children suffer. Instead, he offers a different way of inhabiting the world, one grounded not in understanding but in active love. Love in action is a harsh and dreadful thing compared to love in dreams, Zosima tells Alyosha. It is a sentence that could serve as the epigraph for Dostoevsky's entire career. The love Zosima describes is not sentimental. It is not the comfortable warmth of affection felt from a safe distance. It is the daily, exhausting, often repellent work of attending to the actual needs of actual people. People who are ungrateful, who are difficult, who smell bad and make unreasonable demands and refuse to be saved on your terms. This is the love Alyosha attempts to practice. He moves through the novel attending to the wounded, visiting the dying, counselling the confused, and mediating between the furious and the broken, and his acts of compassion do not resolve the philosophical debate. They operate beneath it. They demonstrate through accumulation rather than assertion that the question, is God's world acceptable, can be answered not by thought but by action, by the willingness to take responsibility for the suffering one encounters, rather than standing at a distance and pronouncing judgment on the system that produced it. The novel's plot converges on the question Dostoevsky's father's mysterious end had planted decades earlier. Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov is found dead, and the question of who bears responsibility for the father's destruction becomes the mechanism through which every son's relationship to guilt, freedom, and moral accountability is tested. Dmitri is accused, tried, and convicted on circumstantial evidence, though the reader knows the physical act was committed by Smerdyakov, the illegitimate fourth son, a servant, an epileptic, and the novel's most disturbing creation. Smerdyakov has taken Ivan's philosophy to its logical conclusion. If God does not exist and everything is permitted, then the act requires no further justification. Ivan, confronted with the concrete results of his own ideas, suffers a psychological collapse. His intellect, pushed past its limits, fractures into hallucination. The trial of Dmitri occupies the novel's final movement, and it functions as a courtroom of the soul rather than of the law. The lawyers argue. The evidence is weighed. Justice is not served. Dmitri is convicted for a crime he did not commit, while the actual perpetrator escapes legal punishment entirely. The failure of the institutional system to produce truth is deliberate. Dostoevsky is arguing that the systems human beings construct to administer justice, legal, political, rational, are inherently insufficient. Justice, in his vision, is possible only through the individual conscience, and the individual conscience is possible only through faith. Not faith as doctrine, but faith as the daily agonizing choice to act as though love matters in a world that provides no proof that it does. The novel ends with Alyosha standing before a group of schoolboys at the funeral of a child, a scene of such quiet emotional force that many readers have described it as one of the most moving passages in all of literature. Alyosha does not deliver a theological argument. He tells the boys to remember this moment, to remember the love they feel right now, because that memory will serve as an anchor against everything that life will do to harden and corrupt them. It is a small moment. It resolves nothing on the scale of Ivan's cosmic objection, and yet it carries the weight of the entire novel behind it. Here is the revelation that reframes everything. Dostoevsky intended The Brothers Karamazov as the first of two novels. The work the world possesses, the work that has been called the greatest novel ever written by figures as different as Sigmund Freud and Albert Einstein, was conceived by its author as a prologue. The second novel would have followed Alyosha out of the monastery and into the revolutionary underground, testing his faith against the political extremism that demons had anatomized from the outside. Then Alyosha would have carried Zosima's teaching into the world that Ivan's philosophy had helped create, and the collision between spiritual love and ideological violence would have produced the ultimate reckoning Dostoevsky had been building toward for decades. That novel was never written. The work that exists is, by its author's own design, half of a larger vision, and yet it has been consistently placed among the supreme achievements of the human imagination, a permanent unfinished cathedral whose incompleteness is part of its power. The Brothers Karamazov was finished. The unwritten second novel would remain in its author's imagination, a work whose absence would haunt literary scholars for generations. Dostoevsky's health had been deteriorating throughout the final chapters. His lungs were weakening, his seizures growing more frequent. He understood that time was contracting around him, but before the end, Russia would give him one final scene, a moment of public recognition so overwhelming that it stunned even the man who had spent his life studying the extremes of human emotion. On the 8th of June, 1880, Dostoevsky walked to the podium of the Hall of the Nobility in Moscow and looked out at an audience that included virtually every significant figure in Russian intellectual life. He was 58 years old. His face was gaunt, his beard streaked with grey, and his frame had thinned to the point where his clothes hung loosely on his body. He looked, by the accounts of those who saw him, like a man who had already begun to leave. The occasion was the unveiling of a monument to Alexander Pushkin, the poet who had defined Russian literary language and whose legacy remained contested between the two great factions of Russian intellectual life. The Slavophiles claimed Pushkin as the embodiment of a distinctly Russian spirit, rooted in Orthodox faith and national tradition. The Westernizers claimed him as a European cosmopolitan who had liberated Russian culture from provincial isolation. The ceremony had been organized as a cultural celebration, but everyone present understood that it was also a battlefield. The two sides had been arguing about Russia's identity for decades, and Pushkin had become the ground on which that argument was fought. Dostoevsky had been invited to speak alongside Ivan Turgenev, who had delivered his own address the day before. Turgenev's speech had been polished, scholarly, and well received, but it had resolved nothing. The Slavophiles had applauded politely. The Westernizers had claimed victory. The fault line remained exactly where it had been. Dostoevsky began quietly. He spoke about Pushkin's early work, the romantic poems, the Byronic heroes, and traced Pushkin's evolution toward characters rooted in Russian life rather than European models. He analysed Tatiana, the heroine of Eugene Onegin, as a figure of moral strength drawn from Russian soil rather than Western fashion. The analysis was precise. grounded in textual evidence, and delivered with the authority of a man who had spent his life thinking about the relationship between Russian identity and European influence. Then the speech changed. Dostoevsky moved from literary analysis to prophecy. He argued that Russia's destiny was not to choose between East and West, but to synthesize them, that the Russian soul, precisely because of its capacity for suffering and its depth of spiritual feeling, possessed a unique ability to comprehend and embrace all of humanity. Pushkin, he declared, yes, was the first Russian artist to achieve this universal empathy, and Russia's mission was to carry that empathy forward into the world, not through conquest or domination, but through the kind of self-sacrificing love that his own novels had spent decades defining. He was speaking extemporaneously now, leaning into the podium, his voice gaining force. The hall had gone completely silent. People later described the sensation as something closer to a physical event than a rhetorical one, as though the air in the room had changed pressure. Dostoevsky was not merely arguing a position. He was enacting the very synthesis he described, drawing together the Slavophile reverence for Russian spiritual uniqueness and the Westernizer insistence on universal human values into a single, and the soaring vision that made the old division seem not just unnecessary but small. When he finished, the silence held for a long moment. Then the hall erupted. The ovation lasted for more than 30 minutes. People stood on their chairs. Strangers embraced. A woman in the audience fainted. Students rushed the stage. Ivan Turgenev, Dostoevsky's literary rival, his ideological opponent, a man with whom he had quarrelled publicly for decades, climbed to the podium and threw his arms around him. One audience member later wrote that he had experienced, for the duration of the speech, the sensation that every intellectual conflict he had ever struggled with had been resolved. It was, by every available account, the single greatest public moment in the history of Russian literature. The unity did not last. Within days, published responses began to fracture the consensus. The Westernizers accused Dostoevsky of disguising Slavophile nationalism in universalist language. The Slavophiles complained that he had conceded too much to European values. The speech was pulled apart line by the same factions it had briefly united. The moment of synthesis dissolved back into the old arguments, as Dostoevsky likely knew it would. But for one evening in Moscow, the man who had stood before a firing squad at 27, who had broken stones in Siberia, who had buried a child and lost a brother and fed his earnings to the roulette wheel, stood before his country and heard it say that it understood him. The audience did not merely admire the speech. They felt for a moment that the vision it described was possible, that the divisions that had torn Russian intellectual life apart for generations could be healed, that the suffering the nation had endured might have a purpose, that the man standing before them had found a way to hold the broken pieces together. 7 months later he was gone. Dostoevsky returned from Moscow to the apartment on Kuznechny Lane in St. Petersburg, and the rhythm of his days resumed as though the ovation had never happened. He rose late in the morning, took tea with Anna and the children, attended to his correspondence through the afternoon, and began writing after midnight. The same schedule he had maintained for years, the same cigarettes, the same strong tea, the same pacing between the desk and the window, while sentences assembled themselves in his mind. The apartment was modest by the standards of a man who was now, by any measure, the most famous writer in Russia. 2 stories above a grocery shop, in a building on a quiet street near the Vladimirskaya church. Anna had arranged the household with her usual precision, Dostoevsky's study at the back, away from the noise of the street, the children's rooms nearby, her own workspace where she managed the publishing accounts and answered the letters that arrived in growing volume from every corner of the empire. The letters had changed in character since the Pushkin speech. Where once they had come primarily from literary colleagues and students, they now arrived from people who bore no connection to the literary world at all. Provincial school teachers, retired military officers, mothers who had lost children, young men tormented by religious doubt. They did not write to him as a novelist. They wrote to him as though he were a priest, or a doctor, or an oracle. Someone who might understand what no one in their immediate lives could grasp. He read them carefully. He answered as many as his health permitted, sometimes composing replies that ran to several pages, and treating each correspondence problem with the same seriousness he brought to his fiction. His health had been declining for years, but the deterioration accelerated in the months after the speech. The emphysema that had troubled his lungs since the Siberian years now made sustained exertion difficult. Climbing stairs left him breathless. His epileptic seizures, which had grown less frequent during the focused labour of writing The Brothers Karamazov, returned with renewed force. Anna recorded each one in her diary, the date, the severity, the duration of the recovery, maintaining the clinical precision she brought to everything, even as she watched the man she had married at 20 grow visibly frailer. He continued to work. The final instalments of The Brothers Karamazov were prepared and sent to Ruski Vestnik. He made notes for the unwritten second novel, fragments, character sketches, philosophical observations jotted in the margins of his notebooks. Though both he and Anna understood that these plans were receding from possibility with each passing month. He also began assembling a new issue of the Diary of a Writer, the first in several years, which he published in a single volume in August of 1880. It sold out immediately. The children, Lyubov was 11, Fyodor was 9, Alexei was 5, inhabited the household with the unself-conscious energy of children who do not yet understand that the routines they take for granted are temporary. Dostoevsky was a present and affectionate father in a way that his own father had never been. He read to the children, took them on walks to the summer garden, and displayed a gentleness in their company that surprised visitors accustomed to the fierce intensity of his public persona. Anna later wrote that the years on Kuznechny Lane were the happiest of their marriage, a season of domestic peace purchased by decades of chaos. The man who had grown up in a hospital for the poor, surrounded by the suffering of strangers, spent his final months surrounded by his own family, answering letters from strangers who told him his words had altered the shape of their inner lives. On the evening of the 25th of January 1881, Dostoevsky suffered a severe pulmonary hemorrhage. Anna summoned a doctor, who examined him and urged rest. Dostoevsky reached for the book that had been with him longer than any other possession, the New Testament he had carried since the Omsk prison camp, the same copy that had sustained him through 4 years in chains and 5 years of frontier exile. He opened it at random and read a passage from the Gospel of Matthew. He looked at Anna and said quietly that he understood what the passage meant. He would not leave that room again. 2 more hemorrhages followed over the next 2 days. Dostoevsky lay in his study, on the narrow couch where he had spent so many nights writing, surrounded by the books and papers that had been the furnishings of his working life. Anna stayed beside him. The children were brought in to see their father. Friends came and went, speaking in lowered voices in the anteroom. The doctors could offer nothing beyond palliative care. The damage to his lungs was beyond repair. On the afternoon of the 8th of February, he called Anna to his side and asked her to bring the children. Lyubov and Fyodor came. Little Alexei was carried in. Dostoevsky spoke to each of them. He asked Anna to read the parable of the prodigal son from the New Testament, the story of a father who forgives his wayward child without condition, who runs to meet him while the son is still far off, who restores him not because the son has earned restoration, but because love requires no justification. It was the parable that carried the weight of everything Dostoevsky had spent his life trying to say about the relationship between guilt, grace, and the possibility of beginning again. Anna read it. The children listened. The room was quiet. Fyodor Mikhailovich Dostoevsky died at 8:41 in the evening on the 9th of February 1881. He was 59 years old. The news reached the public within hours, and what followed astonished even those who had witnessed the reception of the Pushkin speech. Delegations arrived at the apartment almost immediately, from the university, from literary societies, from workers' associations, from church organizations, from institutions Dostoevsky had no connection to. Wreaths and flowers filled the stairwell and spilled out onto the street. The apartment became a site of public mourning before the body had grown cold. The funeral was held 3 days later, on the 12th of February, and the procession from the apartment to the Alexander Nevsky Monastery became the largest spontaneous public gathering St. Petersburg had witnessed in living memory. Estimates vary, but the most reliable accounts place the number of mourners at over 30,000. A river of people that stretched for more than a mile through the frozen streets. 72 separate delegations carried wreaths. 15 choirs sang. The procession moved so slowly that it took nearly 5 hours to reach the monastery. The crowd was not composed of the literary elite alone. Workers walked alongside professors. Students marched beside merchants. Soldiers stood at attention as the coffin passed. Peasant women crossed themselves and wept. The novelist who had insisted, from the hospital on Divine Street to the final pages of the Brothers Karamazov, that every human being, regardless of station, contained an inner world worthy of serious attention, was mourned by a cross-section of Russian society that confirmed, in its composition, the very principle his life's work had defended. He was buried in the Tikhvin cemetery at the Alexander Nevsky Monastery, alongside the composers Glinka and Tchaikovsky. The headstone bore an inscription chosen by Anna from the Gospel of John. "Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit." It was a passage about the relationship between suffering and creation, between the destruction of the self and the yielding of something that endures beyond it. Anna had chosen it because it captured the pattern she had witnessed for 14 years, a man who had fallen repeatedly, and who had produced from each fall work that outlived the crisis that occasioned it. The grave was covered, the crowds dispersed. St. Petersburg resumed its routines. 6 weeks later, on the 1st of March, 1881, Tsar Alexander II was riding through the streets of the capital when a bomb was thrown beneath his carriage by members of the People's Will, a revolutionary organization whose ideology bore a resemblance to the forces Dostoevsky had spent his final decade warning the nation about. The Tsar survived the first blast, stepped from his damaged carriage, and was struck by a second bomb thrown at his feet. He was carried back to the Winter Palace and died within the hour. The prophet had been buried, and the prophecy arrived. The assassination of Alexander II set in motion exactly the sequence Dostoevsky had described in Demons. The reformist Tsar was replaced by his son, Alexander III, whose response to the killing was not further reform but sweeping repression. The liberalisation that had defined his father's reign was reversed. Censorship tightened, police powers expanded, political opposition was driven underground, where it grew more radical, more disciplined, and more convinced that violence was the only language the state would hear. The cycle of repression and radicalisation accelerated for 36 years, until, in October of 1917, it produced the revolution Dostoevsky had warned against, and produced it in precisely the form he had predicted. The Bolsheviks who seized power in 1917 were not the romantic idealists of the Petrashevsky circle. They were Nechaev's heirs, professional revolutionaries who had internalized the principle that the destruction of the old order justified any means, and that individual conscience was a bourgeois luxury to be discarded in the service of historical progress. The state they built, centralized, ideologically absolute, enforced through surveillance and punishment, resembled nothing so closely as the system Shigalov had described in Demons, the theorist who began with unlimited freedom and arrived, through impeccable logic, at unlimited despotism. The Soviet authorities understood the danger Dostoevsky posed to their project. They could not ban him outright, he was too deeply embedded in the national literary identity, but they could control how he was read. Soviet literary criticism acknowledged his progressive early works, particularly Poor Folk and Notes from the House of the Dead, which could be framed as protests against social injustice consistent with revolutionary values. The later novels, the ones that mattered, were treated with suspicion. Crime and Punishment was permitted but taught as a critique of bourgeois individualism. Demons was effectively suppressed for decades, available only in academic editions and rarely discussed in public. The Brothers Karamazov was tolerated but stripped of its religious dimensions, presented as a family drama rather than a philosophical inquiry into the foundations of human freedom. The irony was exact. The writer who had warned that the revolutionary impulse, divorced from spiritual and moral foundations, would produce a new tyranny more thorough than the old one was himself subjected to, precisely the kind of intellectual control he had described. His words permitted but his meaning censored, his name preserved but his thought dismembered. Outside Russia, the reception followed a different course entirely. In Western Europe and the Americas, Dostoevsky's influence expanded through the 20th century with a force that reshaped multiple disciplines simultaneously. Nietzsche read Notes from Underground in the 1880s and recognized a precursor to his own exploration of the will to power and the crisis of values in a world without God. Freud declared that The Brothers Karamazov was the most magnificent novel ever written, and that Dostoevsky was the only creative writer who had anything to teach him about the structure of the human psyche. Kafka carried Dostoevsky's influence into the fabric of modernist fiction, the claustrophobic interiority, the bureaucratic nightmare, the protagonist trapped in systems he cannot comprehend. Camus wrote that Notes from Underground was the beginning of contemporary literature. Sartre built the philosophical architecture of existentialism on foundations Dostoevsky had laid 70 years before him. The academic industry that grew around his work in the 20th century was vast, producing thousands of studies in dozens of languages, analysing his novels through every conceivable theoretical framework: Marxist, psychoanalytic, biostructuralist, theological, deconstructionist. His characters became reference points in clinical psychology. His philosophical arguments were debated in seminars that had no connection to literature. His name entered the vocabulary of intellectual life as a shorthand for a particular kind of inquiry, the examination of what lies beneath the surface of rational self-understanding. Through all of this, through the appropriation, the analysis, the canonization, one question persisted, unanswered, perhaps unanswerable, precisely as he would have wanted. Dostoevsky had been proven right about revolution, right about the dangers of utopian rationalism, right about the depths of the human psyche. The world had embraced his vision. And yet the question that had driven his entire creative life, whether genuine faith was possible in a world of suffering, remained as unresolved in the 20th century as it had been in the 19th. It was the one question he never intended to close, only to keep open. Scholars have spent more than a century trying to reconstruct what the second volume of The Brothers Karamazov might have contained. The fragments Dostoevsky left behind are suggestive but insufficient. Scattered notebook entries, cryptic marginalia, passing references in letters to friends. Alyosha would have left the monastery. He would have entered the political world. He would have encountered revolutionaries, perhaps joined them, perhaps been drawn to the edge of their violence before pulling back. The question at the novel's centre, whether active love can survive contact with organised power, would have been tested under conditions far more extreme than anything the first volume attempted. Some scholars have argued that Alyosha would have been involved in an assassination attempt, possibly of the Tsar himself, and that the novel would have traced his path from spiritual devotion through political radicalism and back to faith. Others have suggested that Dostoevsky intended a darker trajectory, one in which Alyosha's goodness proved insufficient against the forces arrayed against it. There is no way to settle the question. The second novel exists only as a silence, a space where a masterpiece should be, defined entirely by its absence. But perhaps the incompleteness is itself the answer. Dostoevsky's entire body of work argues against closure, against the neat resolution that makes suffering explicable and moral questions answerable. The Grand Inquisitor receives no counter-argument. Raskolnikov's redemption is sketched in the final pages of Crime and Punishment, but never dramatized. The underground man's confession ends in mid-sentence, interrupted by a narrator who admits that the notes continue, but that he has chosen to stop here. Dostoevsky's fiction is structured around the principle that the most important questions are the ones that remain open, that the attempt to force closure on the irreducibly ambiguous is itself a form of the tyranny his novels oppose. Read in this light, the unfinished state of the brothers Karamazov is not a failure but a culmination. The novel that asks whether love can answer the argument against God's world ends without providing that answer, and the absence of the answer is the most honest response Dostoevsky could have given. Anna understood this, perhaps better than anyone. Well, after Dostoevsky's passing, she dedicated the remaining 37 years of her life to the preservation and dissemination of his work. She organised his manuscripts, many of which had been composed in chaotic conditions, dictated, revised, rewritten in margins, and prepared them for definitive publication. She compiled his correspondence, edited his notebooks, and wrote a memoir of their years together that remains one of the essential biographical sources. She continued to publish and distribute his works through the self-publishing system she had pioneered, ensuring that his novels remained in print and accessible to readers across Russia. She managed his literary estate with the same quiet competence she had brought to every crisis of their married life. When publishers attempted to acquire rights on unfavourable terms, she refused. When biographers distorted the record, she corrected them. When the cultural politics of the era threatened to reduce Dostoevsky to a symbol for one faction or another, she insisted on the complexity of the man she had known, a man who could not be contained by any category his admirers or critics wished to impose. She never remarried. She spent her final years in a small apartment in Yalta, on the Crimean coast, surrounded by his papers. The New Testament from Siberia, the book that had accompanied him through the prison camp, through exile, through the years of gambling and grief, through the composition of every novel from Notes from the House of the Dead to the Brothers Karamazov, remained in her possession until her own death in 1918. Whereas she'd entered his life as a 20-year-old stenographer sent to help a desperate man meet a deadline. She left it as the architect of his immortality. The question posed at the beginning of this story was not a simple one. How did a man whose life was consumed by compulsion, suffering, and contradiction produce works that permanently altered how human beings understood themselves? The answer that has emerged across the length of this telling is both straightforward and unsettling. Dostoevsky did not write about the human psyche despite his suffering. His suffering was the instrument. The 4 years in the prison camp did not interrupt his career. They gave him the subject his early work had been reaching for, the irreducible complexity of human beings who exist beneath the floor of respectable society, who cannot be explained by the categories that rational systems impose upon them. The mock execution didn't merely traumatize him. It restructured his perception of time and consciousness in ways that entered his fiction and never left it. The gambling did not merely impoverish him, it gave him direct, repeated, undeniable evidence that intelligent human beings act against their own interests, not out of ignorance, but out of a need so deep that reason cannot reach it. The loss of his child did not merely grieve him, it drove him to confront the question that became the engine of his greatest work. Whether a world in which innocent children suffer can be accepted on any terms. Each catastrophe became material, each failure became evidence, each wound became a window into a dimension of experience that more stable, more disciplined, more rational minds could not access. Not because they were less intelligent, but because they had been spared the specific forms of destruction that forced Dostoevsky to look where they did not need to look. This is not a comfortable conclusion. It does not ennoble suffering or suggest that pain is secretly productive. Most suffering produces nothing but more suffering. What Dostoevsky possessed was not suffering alone, but the rare combination of suffering and the ability to transmute it, a gift that was as much curse as blessing, as much burden as advantage. The image the world carries of Dostoevsky, the brooding prophet, the gloomy Russian, the anatomist of misery, is not wrong, but it is incomplete in exactly the way he warned against. His novels are funnier than his reputation suggests. His characters are more alive, more surprising, more capable of unexpected joy than the sombre summaries of them convey. The Underground Man is hilarious in his self-defeating rage. Dmitry Karamazov is magnificent in his appetites. Even Raskolnikov, in his feverish wanderings through St. Petersburg, encounters moments of accidental beauty that break through his obsession and remind the reader that the world contains more than his theory can accommodate. Dostoevsky's insistence on the irreducible mystery of the individual human being, the claim that no person can be fully explained, fully predicted, or fully contained by any system, whether political, psychological, or theological, was the thread that connected everything he wrote, from the copying clerk of poor folk to the cosmic arguments of the brothers Karamazov. It was an insistence born from the specific experiences of his life, from growing up among the suffering poor, from being subjected to a state apparatus that sought to break him, from watching his own mind betray him at the roulette table, from standing before rifles and receiving the gift of continued consciousness. In the century and a half since his passing, that insistence has not diminished. If anything, it has grown more urgent. We live in an era that produces ever more sophisticated systems for predicting, categorizing, and managing human behavior. Algorithms that claim to know what we want before we want it. Political ideologies that sort humanity into categories of friend and enemy. Therapeutic models that reduce the chaos of inner life to diagnosable patterns. Dostoevsky would have recognized every one of these systems, so he spent his life arguing that they would fail, not because they were poorly designed, but because the material they sought to organize was by its nature beyond organization. The human being, in his view, was not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be inhabited. He proved it first in his fiction, then in his philosophy, and finally, most convincingly, in the ungovernable chaos of his own existence. If this story stayed with you, consider subscribing to The Long Shadow. We explore the lives that continue shaping the world we live in. And I am curious, what part of Dostoevsky's story changed how you see him? Let me know in the comments. The shadow he cast has not shortened with time. In an age that grows ever more confident in its power to map and manage the human mind, and the man who insisted that such confidence was the deepest form of blindness remains standing at the edge of every conversation, waiting, not to be agreed with, but to be understood.